Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ, the hottest in the streets. Shout out to everybody pulling up to Flight Sports TV. We have another extravaganza for you as we are in the 7-minute zone of the first quarter, and the happy Spurs is up on the Golden State Warriors 16-12. And the game has started. This is the last day of competition for the NBA preseason, and this is the nightcap. And we here at Flight Sports TV want to bring you the last drop of basketball until the season starts next week. Now, there has been a slew of basketballs as we talk over the break in the action tonight. And some of the games were really magnificent, highlighting some young talent mixed with veteran. And these guys are ready to rumble once the season starts next week. There's also been players that has been signed, players have been waived, and it's just a lot of motion going on in the NBA right now. Of course, this is expected. But tonight we got on the nightcap, the last drop of basketball, the San Antonio Spurs and the Golden State Warriors. And we get a decent look at Victor Wembanyama, and we could see he has deep range as he hit a 29 feet 3-point shot. And that is the versatility of Victor Wembanyama that we're going to witness a lot of as the season unfold. Devin Vessel, the new extension signee for the San Antonio Spurs, is leading all scorers with 8 points. And Klay Thompson, Nico Savage Hero, has 7 points in this contest. Now, it's been a lot of up and down basketball, and the San Antonio Spurs so far are keeping up with the aging legs of the Golden State Warriors, because we know the Golden State Warriors are in their dog years, and running up and down the court is probably something they do not want to do. But the mindset of Greg Popovich knows this is the advantage of a young team like the San Antonio Spurs out on the court. So we get a good look at Devin Vessel. We get a good look at Victor Wembanyama, and we get a good look at the forward. He averaged like 22 points a game last season, and as play begins, what was that guy named? What is his name? Please, somebody help me out here. What is his name? Keldon Johnson. Now, he is another unsung hero for the San Antonio Spurs. And like I said, we're going to get a nice look at Keldon Johnson also moving forward. So salute to everybody that's part of the nightcap here at Flight Sports TV. We want to salute all the night riders that's out there that's tuning in to the play-by-play of the San Antonio Spurs and the Golden State Warriors. And here we go as play is underway and the ball is inbounded from San Antonio, and it's a missed shot. Rebound goes off to Golden State as they push the ball up, looking to execute the offense and secure the X's and O's. Klay Thompson and Kevon Looney is out on the court, along with the chef, Steph Curry, as well as Klay Thompson with the ball. Of course, my stream's going to be a little behind. Oh, nice jump shot for Klay Thompson. And Victor Wembanyama come and answer with a 19-foot jump shot. And then Curry misses the 27-foot jump shot. Victor Wembanyama with another rebound. And you can see the poise of Victor Wembanyama as he feels and look like he is really suited to be having a big season as a rookie. Klay Thompson with the shooting foul. Victor Wembanyama again with another 10-foot jump shot, and Devin Vessel on the assist. So these two are going to be future playmakers, and the combination of the two is going to be extraordinary as Victor Wembanyama shoots his circus shot, and you can tell the length of Victor Wembanyama will give him a supreme advantage when he's around the restricted area. And let's see the and one from Victor Wembanyama as he makes that free throw. He collects on his stimulus. And look at again, Victor Wembanyama with a dunk. Nice dunk by Victor Wembanyama after blocking Klay Thompson 28 three-point attempt. So you're seeing Victor Wembanyama showing great athleticism and court awareness by not allowing Klay Thompson just to get off his shot, and he comes with the help defense and then cap it off with a dunk. Corey Joseph with the layup as Golden State answers a 7-0 run from the San Antonio Spurs. Victor Wembanyama again with the block on Andrew Wiggins as he attempted a 9-foot jump shot. So Victor Wembanyama is becoming a real stricter out here on this court, and his defense looking to be very fierce. Victor Wembanyama with another deep shot from three-pointer, assist by Jerry Shocklin. Oh my God, Victor Wembanyama is taking over this game. Please, somebody help me. Is Victor Wembanyama trying to make a statement on both sides of the ball? Because there has been doubt because of his small, spindly frame that he cannot be really that effective when it comes to defending some of these grown men. Steph Curry with the deep three-pointer shot to let himself be known that the golden boy of the NBA and the perfect off-court player is not about to allow Victor Wembanyama to steal the show at the Chase Center. Spurs call a timeout. Popovich want to recalibrate his troops because he do not want Steph Curry to continue in this kind of scoring barrage, and he want to break his rhythm. So everybody in the chat, what do you think of Victor Wembanyama? What have you noticed about him if you're able to watch this game? So there's a break in the action. The score is 26-19. We're inside the 4-minute zone, 4 minutes and 35 seconds to be exact. And the San Antonio Spurs already have shown that they can put up scoring very quickly as they reach past the 25-point threshold, which is somewhat average for the NBA. So the San Antonio Spurs have already cracked the 25-point zone in the first quarter and held the explosive offense of Steph Curry and Klay Thompson to a measly 19 points total for the team for Golden State Warriors in this first quarter. That shows a lot of defense and a lot of activity from this young team that Popovich is coaching. And look, I'm not surprised. This right here with Keldon, Victor, and Devin have reinvigorated Greg Popovich. And I think he hasn't felt this much love for basketball in some years now. Probably since the trilogy of Parker, Duncan, and Ginobili. And now he has another set of threes that's going to be relentless out here on this basketball court as the season unfolds. We have talked ad nauseum about Victor Wembanyama, the San Antonio Spurs, Greg Popovich, and Devin Vessel. But now Keldon has entered the conversation because a lot of people overlook Keldon Johnson, who was a 20-plus point average a night player for the San Antonio Spurs. One of the nice unsung small forwards in the league. So we here at Flight Sports TV, we're going to put a little more attention on Keldon Johnson moving forward. It just seemed like his game is really smooth. He's silky, and he do not hesitate to put up an open shot. I love what I'm seeing from Keldon Johnson and Devin Vassell. We already know about Victor Wembanyama. We don't even need to speak so much about him as the game back to play. And we see Spurs coming out of timeout, connecting. Oh, my God, Zach Collins have shown up. Zach Collins made a 7-foot hook shot, and now he has 6 points to add towards the San Antonio lead as they lead 28-19, coming right out of the shoot from the timeout. Steph Curry with the bad pass. Jeremy steals. Oh, Malachi Branham makes a 14-foot jump shot. Trey Jones with the assist. And that's another thing about the San Antonio Spurs with Trey Jones leading the band as Dario Saric makes his diving layup, is that he is one of these point guards who are not statistically aware. He makes the other guys play better because he does not look to be a stat pattern. The Warriors called timeout as Steph Curry received a shooting foul. So we're going to see if the San Antonio Spurs can capitalize and increase their lead on the Golden State Warriors, the hegemony of championship basketball in the last decade. Tonight, Golden State looks a little bit slower on their steps. I'm quite sure they're not I'm quite sure they're not invested in this preseason game like we would want. But at the same time, they still want to show their fans some respectability by keeping the game within reach. So maybe when the bench players come into the game, they can have something to fight for and not surrender and just start jacking up shots gratuitously. Shout out to Thunder. Shout out to Chuck. Thank you for rocking with us. Shout out to Skinner. We appreciate all you night riders tonight. We know it's a late stream, but hell, it's West Coast basketball. The San Antonio Spurs is coming to town with Victor Wembanyama and their new extension signee, Devin Vessel. And Popovich is very high on Vessel. Dartry makes his driving layup, so he finally breaks the 8-0 run from San Antonio. Gary Payton II entered the game for Steph Curry. Steph Curry goes out and take a break. Zach Collins exit out. And Sacred misses his free throw, so he do not increase the lead with his first stimmy. And now let's see what he do with his second stimmy from the line. As we wait for him to attempt his second stimmy from the charity strike. Yeah, and he makes that so the lead does increase by 1, and the lead is up to 10. So the San Antonio Spurs, with 3 minutes to go into the first quarter, had a 10-point lead. But then here come Dario, hits the 29-foot jump shot, assist by Corey Joseph. Corey Joseph is another point guard that has been around in the league and has been somewhat of a journeyman. And let's see if Corey Joseph can really make it home with the Golden State Warriors. Trey Jones with the layup. We spoke about him earlier, how he is a steady rock for the point guard position for a team that is young and trying to find ways to win. Jonathan Kuminga, yes. Man, what a powerful dunk from Jonathan Kuminga. We haven't heard much of him in late. And maybe this could be the season where he can make his mark in the advent of the absence of Jason Poole, who hostilely departed to go to the Washington Wizards. Charles Bessie makes this 11-foot jump shot. Trey Jones with another assist, as he is the San Antonio Spurs playmaker. And he enjoys being a San Antonio Spurs, and he loved the coaching of Greg Popovich because Trey Jones, I believe he's a Dookie, so he know how those military guys coach, because Coach K is another military guy who got his coaching development under Bobby Knight at West Point. Now, look, Gary Payton makes a 22-foot jump shot, so he's expanding his game. And shout out to the Glove son, the Glove Jr., Trey Jones make another driving, floating layup jump shot. Big ups to Trey Jones as he continues the scoring barrage of the San Antonio Spurs. And here comes Jonathan Kuminga, makes a driving layup. So the defense has been pretty absent in this zone of the first quarter in the last 3 minutes. It just seemed like it's kind of open season. But for Golden State, they benefit the most because they chopped into the lead by 4, and it's only a 6-point lead in the 1-minute zone. Doug McDermott entered the game for Jeremy. Shocking. Doug McDermott has also been another journeyman, and he really made noise when he was with the Indiana Pacers as they demolished the Charlotte Hornets in the play-in game a couple of years ago. Cedric Osman with the jump shot. Rodney Magruder. Oh, my God. Can you believe Rodney Magruder is a member of the Golden State Warriors after he was a member of the Detroit Pistons? And him and Klay Thompson had some jaw-jacking going on. And Klay Thompson predicted that Rodney Magruder wouldn't be a part of the league in the next 2 seasons. And that was about 4 seasons ago. So that prediction didn't come true for Klay Thompson, and now they are teammates, so I'm quite sure that's water under the bridge right now. The fast clock is engaged, 45 seconds left to go. San Antonio 39, Golden State 31. There has been a foul, and let's see how the referee sort this thing out. On the court, you have McDermott, Osman, Bessie, Trey Jones, and Braham. Sacred missed his first free throw, Dario, that is. And for the Golden State Warriors, you have Chris Paul, Satrick, Jonathan Kuminga, Gary Payton II, and Rodney Magruder. So we see how they close out these last 45 seconds as a fast clock is engaged to end the first quarter. And the San Antonio Spurs, surprisingly, is knocking on a 40-point first quarter as Dario hits. Oh, my God. Dario hits his free throw, but Charles Bassey comes back with an uncontested layup, and now they have surpassed a 40-point quarter in the first with 33 seconds left to go. And Rodney Magruder tried to counter, but he missed the shot, but there's a shooting foul. Wait a minute. No, that's an and one. Okay, so Charles Bassey got an and one. The referee did give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. And so, hey, I'm quite sure Charles is not going to tell the referee, he really didn't foul me. So Golden State is down by 10 once again as the first quarter winds down with 21 seconds left to go. and 42-32. And like I said, this is a real good showing for the Golden State Warriors as Jonathan Kuminga hits a deep three-pointer and he cuts into the deficit, and that is the end of the first quarter. So despite the lackadaisical defense on the last 21 seconds of that play that allowed Jonathan Kuminga to shoot that distant three-pointer, the Spurs have been fantastic offensively and defensively, led by Victor Wembanyama and Devin Vessel. So you can't ask for anything less. So Victor Wembanyama in that first quarter scores 12 points, and Vessel couples it with 8, and Zach Collins came to play basketball himself, who finished out the first quarter with 6 points. And all of the Spurs starter, actually, let's give them more credit than that. All of the Spurs' first 7 rotational men are plus in the plus minus column. I don't put too much emphasis on the plus minus because, through the dimensions of the game, that can be very deceiving. But I just wanted to highlight that to show that these young Spurs have some ump to them. They don't look like they're afraid. They're in that magnificent Chase Center arena, which could be very intimidating to opponents, especially being hosted by the hegemony of sovereignty in the NBA, the Golden State Warriors. The Spurs do not look rattled, shaken, or even anxious. The Spurs look very calm and composed as they are pounding the Golden State Warriors, taking advantage of all of the mistakes the Warriors are making. And if the veterans of the Golden State Warriors didn't really come to play, the Spurs represent the antithesis of that right there, as they lead by 9, 44-35, the end of the first quarter. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine. You all are welcome, and thanking Flight for allowing us into his space and integrating us onto his platform. It's a wonderful thing. Let's hit that like button. Let's hit that subscribe button. And let's hit that notification bell so we won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And we're giving you a up close and personal play-by-play of the San Antonio Spurs being hosted up in Northern California, and San Francisco, that is, to be exact. And they hold the lead 44-35. And let's see if the Golden State Warriors can respond and answer in the second quarter before halftime, and maybe shrink the lead, tie the game, or even take the lead. But I'm very impressed with this first quarter San Antonio basketball. And let's be honest, this is my real first opportunity to get a look at Victor Wembanyama, get a good look at Devin Vessel. And let me tell you, Keldon Johnson is in the building. Here we go. We're back in action. And there's a foul on the play. And Klay Thompson entered the game for his former nemesis, Rodney Magruder. And Jonathan goes to the line. He missed 1 of 2. He received the stimulus, but he could not cash in on the first one. But guess what? It's a double stimulus. And yes, from the charity strike, he does hit his second free throw. Jonathan Kuminga is a young player who came into the league that the Golden State Warriors did have high hopes on, but somehow it just not came together. Deep three-pointer by Burham, and the lead is back up to 11. And McDermott gets a rebound off a missed shot from Gary Payton II, and they cannot capitalize. And the Spurs come down. He misses a three-point shot. Oh, here come Dario back with a layup. Chris Paul with the assist. The grandfather of them all, Chris Paul, is out playmaking with the Golden State Warriors. Now, we saw Chris Paul in the offseason putting up shots for him and Draymond Green in the gym, and Chris Paul's stroke is still there. Pause. Trey Jones misses. Dario with the defensive rebound, as here comes the Golden State Warriors as they try to set up their offense with the grandfather, Chris Paul, and execute according to Steve Kerr schemes to find a weakness in the Spurs so far tenacious defense. Okay, Victor Wembanyama is coming into the game as the Spurs offensive team rebound, and Bessie goes out. Keldon misses the 27-foot jump shot. We just mentioned his name. And the Spurs get the offensive rebound, and they continue to take advantage of the opportunities that are given to them. Victor Wembanyama causes a lot of headache as he is definitely leading the playmaking for the San Antonio Spurs thus far. And there's a loose ball foul on Gary Payton II. Doug McDermott, nice three-pointer for Doug McDermott. And the Warriors, Steve Kerr called peel call, and he is frustrated that the Golden State Warriors is allowing these known shooters to be open at a time where they're trying to stop a run from the San Antonio Spurs. And you got Trey Jones on another assist as he's piling up his assists right now. He has 3, and Chris Paul has 3. So playing aside, not aside, but on the opposite side of Chris Paul, and you see Chris Paul with 3 assists and you got 3 assists, you should be feeling real good about yourself right now. And your playmaking has caused the Warriors to call a full timeout, and Steve Kerr wants to try to recalibrate those 5 players on the floor. And what 5 players that was on the floor at the time? You have Chris Paul, you got Klay Thompson, you got Dario Saric, you got Jonathan Kuminga, and Gary Payton II. For the Spurs, prior to the timeout, you got Victor Wembanyama, Doug McDermott, C. Osman, Trey Jones, and Mikalik Branham. If I butchered any name, please forgive me. I only speak one language, so I'm solo lingual. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. Let's see who we got up here that's knocking on the door. Oh, that's Purple Baby. Shout out to Purple Baby. So, Purple Baby, what's going on? What you see so far on this game as the Spurs lead 50-18? 50-38. There's a 12-point lead inside the 10-minute zone.
I see that the Warriors just I don't know what they're gonna do this year, man. Like, they are so small. Like, it's crazy. Victor is a video game character in real life, so.
Well, let's talk about Victor. What are you impressed with when it comes to Victor Wembanyama, the new sensational rookie that led the draft class of 2023?
I think, like, I just feel like he gonna have his hiccups, but like he gonna cruise because you got, like, people can guard him on the perimeter, but they too small. And then, like, if he go in the post, to me he looks a tad bit quicker than most of the guys that play the 5. I don't think, like, you ain't gonna have nobody to guard him, man. Like, you gonna have a whole bunch of undersized guys trying to guard him. His shot can't be blocked, so it's it's crazy.
Well, here we come back off a timeout. Steph Curry entered the game for Klay Thompson. So one Splash Brother entered the game for the next Splash Brother, and Gary Payton II makes a layup assist by Dario, and Victor Wembanyama, as we just mentioned, missed a 26-foot jump shot. Chris Paul with the rebound as he pushes it. Chris Paul misses his own jump shot. He calls his number. Jonathan Kuminga gets the offensive rebound, and the Golden State Warriors have a second opportunity to make a first impression. Chris Paul do make that 3-point jump shot. We talked about earlier how him and Draymond Green in the offseason has been working out and doing hot shots in the gym. Keldon Johnson misses his driving layup, one of the few misses he has thus far, but he gets his offensive rebound due to his diligent hustle, and he's rewarded for a second opportunity to make a first impression. Spurs lead by 7. Every time the Spurs get out there, Golden State start to make a run to close the gap. But we like what the young Spurs is showing us because they have maintained the lead throughout this ball game thus far. 9 minutes, 21 seconds inside the second quarter.
My question is, how is this team gonna look once Draymond come back?
I think they have the blueprint already. Most teams are chasing the Golden State Warriors when it comes to gathering and collecting championship hardware. So I think until somebody continuously knock them out the box with this method of operation, then Golden State is going to continue because they're still competitive. They're still filling up the building, and Golden State faithful love what they see as Chris Paul hits another 3-point jump shot, assist by Jonathan Kuminga. And Chris Paul is a shooting foul as Keldon misses the 4-foot tip shot. And we're going to have some minor break in the action. And let's see if the scores can continue. So tell me more about Victor.
I don't know. Of course, he needs to get stronger, but I just think there's not nobody to guard. Like nobody could guard him. I think only the best thing you can try to do is attack his dribble. Like when he puts the ball on the floor, to dribble to try to get past you and stuff like that. But other than that, like it's a no. Like he gonna have a lot of teams bigs in foul trouble.
Yeah, I agree. Keldon Johnson makes both of his stimulus package from the charity strike. Klay Thompson missed his 28-foot jump shot as he tried to answer, and the Spurs lead by 8, 51-43. 8 minutes and 53 seconds left to go until halftime. Oh, Victor Wembanyama misses the alley-oop. Oh, wow. So that's one of the few things that I guess he has to work with, finish those type of athletic plays in traffic. Because sometimes it ain't about height, it's about the force that you go up with. Klay Thompson comes down with the defensive rebound as here come Golden State trying to cut into that deficit as they're currently down by 8. And let's see how they set up their plays. And Jonathan Kuminga with the 7-foot jump shot. 6-point ball game. Keldon Johnson with the offensive rebound. I like his hustle around the rim. And Keldon Johnson gets rewarded for that hustle with a nice little putback 2-point shot. Back up to 8 points again, 53-45 inside the 8-minute zone. And it looks like, is it going to give him an and one? No, they're not going to give him the and one. But there is a foul on the play. San Antonio commits the foul with Maliki. And I'm not sure if it's going to be a shooting foul or not. Go ahead, Purple.
No, I was just about to say with Wembanyama, do you think Popovich, he's 74 right now, so do he get another championship before he turned 80?
You know what? That's a good question, Purple. I can't say because I haven't really saw a strict barometer on the San Antonio Spurs. I don't know if they're giving him that long to turn his team around, or they just giving him a couple of years to get Victor Wembanyama acclimated to the NBA, and then they will soar from there. I don't know if they're going to bring in another younger coach to coach the Spurs from this point out, coming off of his tree. Maybe somebody off the coaching staff. I'm not sure, but that will be interesting. As Kuminga make both of his free throws, and Chris Paul hits a nice little shot assisted from Steph Curry, and now Popovich called a timeout because now this is a 4-point ball game.
Right. Discipline. Spurs need to play discipline.
So that's another example of how Golden State can get away with playing with the type of constructed roster they have in the 5 they put on the floor at any given time, because you got Chris Paul and you have Steph Curry out here combining to make spectacular plays for one another. And both of them play with a severe level of IQ. And so now let's see if these young Spurs can cope with it and even counter it with their athleticism and their speed. Purple.
If you could describe Chris Paul, how would you describe him?
Shout out to Hoop Jargon.
Ooh.
I think Chris Paul is a steady rock. He doesn't do anything spectacular, but he's not going to kill you unless you're in the playoffs. That's where Chris Paul shrinks. Outside of that, he's one of the best and favorable point guards you can have on any team, regardless the structure of roster. We saw him do it in Houston. We seen him do it in New Orleans. We seen him do it in
OKC.
And we've seen him do it with Phoenix.
Yeah.
So he has shown you that it doesn't matter the roster, as long as the players are going to play with grit and they're going to grind. Chris Paul is definitely the guy you would want to call, especially when he's healthy.
Because I said when his career is all said and done with, and he finally sit down, like, how do you think he ever stood out in any? Well, I think he's been in the NBA for almost 3 generations, right? Because I know he came. No, it wouldn't be 3. I think it's 2.
I think he came like 2005.
Yeah, so midway through. So yeah, because Curry and them came way
That's
after.
approximately 20 years almost, right?
Yeah.
Like 18 years.
Yeah, so I was right, 2 generations. So it's just like I think about him. I'm like, okay, if I'm looking for playmaking, I think he stood out as a playmaker to me and stuff like that. But other than that, it's like,
Yeah, he hasn't done, like you said, nothing spectacular. And speaking about Chris Paul, he's going to take a brief rest as Andrew Wiggins come into the game, the Canadian Michael Jordan once called, and he was 50% of the Bounce Brothers down in Minnesota, that is. And Zach LaVine was the other portion of that 50%. Jeremy comes back into the game for Maliki, and now we have some changes on both sides of the sideline, and let's see who wins out. Oh, Keldon Johnson with the 27-foot 3-point shot. Once again, Keldon Johnson is showing why he is a pivotal part of the Spurs moving forward, and then he turns around and get a defensive 3-second technical foul. So on one end, he hits the 3-pointer to move the Spurs up, and then he gives Golden State an opportunity to score with no ticks coming off the clock. Are you familiar with Keldon Johnson?
Yeah. I like him. I liked his build coming out of college. I think San Antonio and Keldon has done an awesome job, working on this game and stuff like that. And it helps when you got a really good coach in Popovich.
Yeah, Steph Curry makes the technical foul as they swing back and forth with Mrs. Klay Thompson, misses a 3-pointer, and then Devin Vessel misses a 3-pointer on the other end. And now Jonathan Kuminga with the rebound passes off to Andrew Wiggins, and Andrew Wiggins misses. So that's 3 consecutive 3-point shot has been missed. in this little 40-second run. Doug McDermott misses the 3-pointer. That's 4. So now the game is getting a little sloppy, and everybody's just chunking up the ball without care. Let's see what Golden State Warriors do as they corrals the rebound, come down. Let's see if they're going to go ahead and scheme up something so they can execute a good offensive set. 56-50. Golden State down by 6 inside the 6-minute zone. And there are some more changes going on. Zach Collins entered the game for Doug McDermott. Klay Thompson misses another one, so that's 5 consecutive 3-point shots missed for both teams. Let's see who breaks the curse.
You think Wemby's generational?
Well, one season you can't really just say just yet. But I'll tell you, he is trending in that direction, no doubt. Finally, somebody makes the 3-point shot, and it's Victor Wembanyama, as you just mentioned him. He comes up with a nice 3-point shot to break the curse of 3-point miss. And Zach Collins blocks Steph Curry driving layup, floating jump shot. Here comes, oh no, they don't get the rebound. Jonathan Kuminga gets to give it back to Klay Thompson, and he misses again. Another miss. So that's like 6 missed 3-point shots for the Golden State Warriors, and you have both Splash Brothers out there on the court. Victor Wembanyama with another rebound as his stats are starting to inflate. He misses the little elbow shot, and Keldon gets an offensive rebound. We talked about Keldon, and look, he gets an offensive rebound, and from his hustle, he is rewarded with a nice little tip shot. And I love how he played because he gets it how he lives. Victor Wembanyama with a kickball violation. Slowed up the Golden State Warrior trying to respond as the Spurs bump it back up to their largest lead, which is 11, 61-50, inside the 5-minute zone as we're getting closer to the closeout of half. So that will reset everything. And I think that's what Victor wanted. He wanted an opportunity to set on defense. So wise play for him to kick the ball, get the violation, and have an opportunity to set up with an 11-point lead. And speaking of Victor, he goes out. Sadie Osman comes in for Victor. So he probably rests for the rest of the remaining of the second quarter unless Golden State makes some kind of run and force Popovich's hand to put Victor Wembanyama back into the game. But Purple, while he was in the game, he has affected the game tremendously. What you say?
Again, not surprising. I just think he's a well-rounded guy that's gonna do a lot of damage.
Stephen Curry gets a shooting foul. He's rewarded for his aggression, and he goes to the free throw line to attempt his stimmy, and he makes one, so that is good. Let's see when he makes the second one, and yes, he does. So he don't receive a check that says insufficient funds when it comes to his stimmy. Bad pass by Keldon, intercepted by Steph Curry, give him a steal, and he misses the 3-point shot. Kevon Looney gets the rebound. Kevon Looney makes the layup, and he is well rewarded for his hustle in the restricted area as he caps off that hustle with a nice layup underneath the rim to keep the game manageable. Now they're down by 7. Zach Collins, he misses his shot. Chris Paul entered the game for Jonathan Kuminga. Klay Thompson goes out. Dario comes in for him. So there's a lot of mixing and matching going on in this game. I don't know when the last time I saw so many subs so suddenly and often.
Right.
So I guess they're trying to match wits with each other, right? Because Steve Kerr did play for Pop, won a championship with Pop, and was part of Pop coaching staff. So he's definitely a chip off the old block. And it looks like they're going back and forth with each other, playing Jedi mind games. Kevon Looney hits the free throw. You can say it's a 6-point game. 61-55, 4 minutes, 26 seconds to be exact, going into the break.
Yeah.
I like the energy I'm seeing from the Spurs, though. I really do.
Shooting foul. Goddamn.
Yeah, the referee blowing that whistle.
Like it's I don't even know how you guard Jeremy. I'm happy for Jeremy. I
Yeah,
like him coming out of college. I'm so happy.
yeah, he makes one of the stimmies, but misses the second. So that second one check was
Shout out
insufficient
to him.
funds,
He
and he
got
gets the rebound.
right.
And Zach Collins misses a deep three. Spurs gets another rebound. The Spurs are very busybody coming into the offensive set by rewarding themselves with extra opportunities.
Whew.
Definitely shout out to the Spurs as they have a 7 point lead inside the 4 minute zone. Andrew Wiggins turned the ball over. Oh, Jeremy just missed the layup, but he gets his offensive rebound. Man, the Spurs are deaf on the rebounds, especially on the offensive end. They're just patting it up, and Jeremy rewards himself with a nice little tip layup. And Steph Curry misses, could not answer.
Right.
Keldon gets the rebound. Keldon goes all the way, shoots the 3 pointer. He misses. Devin Vessel, another offensive rebound for the Spurs. These second opportunities are massive. And Devin Vessel. My God, he rewarded himself.
Right. That was nice.
3 point shot.
I've always liked Devin Vessel like a lot.
And listen, Purple. Devin Vessel, we know, is a Florida State alum, and he played with Patrick Williams, and they both was a part of the 2020 draft that yielded Anthony Edwards and LaMelo Ball, Tyrese Halliburton, and company. Patrick Williams was a fourth pick in that draft, and Devin Vessel was the 10th pick in that draft, and they both was running mates at Florida State, but their careers are taking different trajectory.
I think it leads to the mindset of the player. Oh, Jeremy. Ooh.
Yeah, that's nice, right?
Yeah.
Jeremy said, "Don't leave me out."
Right. I think it depends not just on player mindset, but I think with these guys, probably what being 2021, it matters what team they go to and what the team's priorities are. Like I think it's hard for teams to be winning and successful but still be good at developing, if you know what I mean. You could just
Yeah.
look at Golden State where from Wiseman to Kaminga Moody, I'm missing some more guys.
Wow, Steph Curry just missed a free throw. I had to interrupt you on that one because that's very rare. But
Right.
continue.
Yeah, even like I don't know what ESPN was smoking, or it might have been Bleacher Report, whoever it was, but I happened to be strolling through the thing, and they were ranking the best future, and they had the Warriors number one, and I'm like, I like Kaminga a lot, but I'm like, I don't see the future. Steph is what, 30 something, 34, 33, somewhere, 32 maybe. He in his 30s, I know that. Like how like if I'm thinking about the future, I'm sorry, I'm not thinking about Steph. I'm thinking about, everybody else, and I don't think it's nothing there. Like I like some of the guys they had, but it's nothing there.
Zach Collins lost the ball after Steph Curry hits his second stimmy.
Yeah, I
And
see.
then Steph Curry misses a 28-foot jump shot. So he's haven't really been on the numbers. I mean, he's been getting to the charity strike, but Steph is not doing anything that is,
Spectacular.
spectacular. And I think that's pretty alarming. Now, I mean, not to the point where I'm going to predicate preseason on Steph Curry play, but
I've been listening to people call his games, and maybe it's because I never really paid attention to Steph throughout the years, but I feel like he's making more of an effort to get to the basket and get to the free throw line. Because I'm like, I don't know, I just feel like I see him shoot, or hear people at least say he's shooting threes all the time.
that's when we talked about Steph Curry hits a deep 27-foot jump shot. Chris
Assist
Paul
like
on the assist. Once again, Chris Paul, Steph Curry in the playmaking and execution vector of the game. Spurs call a timeout. I don't think Popovich is too enthused. But like I said before, you cannot let these shooters who are 3-point shooters just get open to kill you.
And I think I will say this. To me, even though I don't like the Warriors starting lineup, and I know Draymond is their franchise guy, he's a part of the core. But to me, it made more sense to start Chris Paul just off of the threat of him being able to score. Like we always talk about, as good as a playmaker and floor setter Draymond is, nobody's really guarding him to score. Like, it's just like playing him for the pass, basically.
Salute to the man 900 for coming into the panel. Of course, I missed you. CWE is my bad. I was focused on Victor Wembanyama. Salute to you, CWE.
Yeah.
And everybody else rocking with Flight Sports TV. Please hit that like button. And if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. And if you want to know more about the channel and you're interested in what we have to offer, hit the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. Oh my God, Basil Carpenter Jr. has stepped into the building. Salute Flight Sports TV. Yes, Basil Carpenter. How you doing, my bro? Denver is looking good as usual. And we gave that 3-pointer to Steph Curry, but it was really Dario Saric that hit that 27-foot jump shot.
I know. I just seen it. I'm like, what?
Back on the action, Zach Collins missed his layup, and it looks like there's some type of delay going on. Kevon Looney with the defensive rebound. He slows it up, kicks it out, and now we got the Golden State Warriors setting up their offense. Let's see if they can execute coming out of this Spurs timeout. Zach Collins, when he missed that layup, he was right up under the rim. All he had to do was take his time. He had the advantage. Nothing but small people guarded him, but somehow he kind of rushed it. And there's Dario's
Terrible
3-second turnover. Devin Vessel misses a 33-footer. So the game is getting a little bit loose.
right.
But Spurs get the offensive rebound. Spurs have been really hustling inside that restricted area, getting these rebounds and these long shots that was carrying him off the rim, and Golden State is not in position. Jeremy misses that 27-footer.
By what I'm seeing, maybe it's because it's Golden State. But I still like the hustle of the San Antonio players. I hope they are top 5 in rebounding, low key. Like, I think that'll be a huge accomplishment. I think they could do it too. Hell, probably even top 3.
Yeah, so the Spurs are getting a lot of these loose balls, and they're being rewarded with plethora of opportunities. And I just like how they are moving around. I mean, even though Victor Wembanyama misses that 3-pointer, Trey Jones just came out of nowhere and got the rebound and kept the ball alive.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I love what I'm seeing. Like, they should rack up as a team. They should be a really good rebounding team this year. Which is
Look at Victor Wembanyama. Listen. This is what I like, Purple. Victor Wembanyama went out to help on the defense with Steph Curry dribbling the ball on the perimeter.
I'm trying to tell, like, he is unguardable, and like you can't, like, oh my god.
So that's crazy how he's out there moving around, showing that kind of activity, and he's really showing that he definitely head and shoulders above the draft. Scoot is right there, but Victor is definitely head and shoulders above the draft. And then you got Scoot Henderson and then the rest. Zach Collins with the layup, Trey Jones with another assist as his assists piling up. Steph Curry makes his free throws.
Come on, man.
So that's a good thing for Trey Jones. Like I was saying earlier, I really appreciate how Trey Jones is being a steady rock for the San Antonio Spurs with this young team. And with Devin Vessel receiving that contract, it's just magnificent. Zach Collins with the layup, I think it's going to be an and one, and it is.
Yeah, it's sickening.
But Zach cannot capitalize off the stemming,
End of
but
the second quarter, halftime.
and is at halftime. So we can open it up if anybody wants to come on the panel and share their thoughts on tonight game or any other games that was played tonight. But before we do that, let's recap some of the games that have been played. Cleveland falls to Indiana down in Naptown, 104 to 109. Indiana takes that. Orlando played an overseas team and they take a massive victory, 109 to 76. Atlanta and Philly. You thought this would be a closer matchup, but no. Philly opened the lead towards the end. They maintained. They beat Atlanta by 14, 106 to 120. The Washington Wizards. What are happening to Washington? They failed to crack the 100-point zone, and then they relinquished 134 points to a Toronto team in another country up north in Canada. Washington falls 134 to 98. Miami and Houston. Oh my God, on sore. And you had at one time Tyler Hero was doing pretty well in that game. But RJ Hampton comes out of this one on top with the high score for Miami and Jalen Green 20 for the Houston Rockets. And I like this because of these young guys out here. They're floating, they're putting their games together, and they're getting ready for the real season. Memphis falls to Mean Green, the Milwaukee Bucks cheeseheads up in Wisconsin, 116 to 124. Detroit and Dallas rumbled it out in D-Town, and the Detroit Pistons fall short, 114 to 104. So both of the Thompson twins played tonight. What do you think about their development so far in this preseason?
Well, I like how only thing I questioned with the both of them was they offense, and I like how their offense is looking. I don't question nothing else about that game from a defensive or playmaking standpoint. That don't mean they don't have anything to work on, but I just never, questioned it. I like them.
Yeah, I like both of them as well, especially is it also with the Houston Rockets?
Amon,
Amon, yeah, that's Amon. Yes, Amon. Also is with Detroit. Amon, he's going to be a freak of nature. I mean, this guy is very explosive. He does not hesitate to do what he needs to do, and he is a high mark for the Houston Rockets. And I think from what I've seen so far is that he's going to get some pretty good minutes coming into the season. But
I hope,
like I said, go ahead.
I said I hope so. He do too. I hope his brother gets some time, like a lot of time too.
Shout out to Basil Carpenter Jr. for the $20 super chat. Jokic MVP this season. Laugh out loud. I don't know if that's a laugh out loud, Basil. I think if you put money on it, I'm quite sure you're right there with the odd makers because I don't see no slowing down when it comes to Jokic. I think he's a front runner for the MVP coming into the season based on the fiasco going down in Philadelphia for the 76ers, and that Harden situation might have Embiid take a step back. Or if Embiid could overcome that disastrous communication or lack of communication between Daryl Morley and James Harden, that he will have an opportunity to even increase his numbers. So we got to see how that seesaw balance as the season unfolds.
Okay, I got the list of the top 10 NBA. What's the name? We already named like Jokic. Luka is 2, Giannis is 3, Tatum is 4, and B with everything going on is 5. Steph is 6, Durant is 7. That's interesting. Booker's 8, and rounding out the top 10 is Shea Gilgis and Anthony Davis. That's a pretty interesting top 10 to me. I would have put KD. I mean, not KD. I would have put Booker over KD, but whatever.
So they have Anthony Davis as an MVP this season. I'm surprised.
Yeah, he's at number 10.
Wow, that's so. The odd makers and the pundits feel that the Lakers might do some damage in the West Coast if they have AD that high in the rankings amongst the top 10 MVP because when the last time you spoke about AD
Right.
being
But
mentioned in the top 10 MVP race?
when both KD and Anthony Davis is healthy, who would you take?
Yeah. Well, Slim can hoop. Shout out to you, my brother. He said, anybody else read a Zach Levine for Harden trade, or am I the only one? I think you might be the only one. I don't think nobody's taking that serious. Zach Levine for Harden. Harden is a knucklehead, and Zach Levine is not showing that he has the heart that it takes to get him over the hump to the next level.
But I say this, Dex, like Embiid, Embiid's kind of childish. I don't think, unfortunately, even if that trade was to happen, that Levine, I mean that not Levine, that he would want to stay in Philly. I think it's a wrap with
Yeah,
Joel Embiid in Philadelphia.
okay. No doubt. Let's go ahead and sure up some of these stats in this game tonight as the San Antonio Spurs lead at halftime by 9, 72-63, with the outstanding player Victor Wembanyama and Devin Vessel and Keldon Johnson all came to feast off the size of the Golden State Warriors. We got Zach Collins with 8 points, Jeremy with 7, Keldon with 10, Victor with 15, and Devin with 11. And we go down the list to the Golden State Warriors. We got Kevon Looney with 5, Wiggins 3, Chris Paul 5, Steph Curry 11. He's the only starter in double figures. Klay Thompson with 9. But the bench of the Golden State Warriors are very much productive. As in the first half, they bring in 20, 24, 29 points total off the bench for 24 minutes of play. And I think that's a pretty good sign of the Golden State Warriors bench. And you have two double figures coming off the bench, and that's Dario and Jonathan.
Right.
Shout out to Matt Hot, and shout out to all of the Night Warriors and Road Warriors that's out there dealing with Flight Sports TV. You could be anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here with Flight Sports TV. So while you're here, please engage with us by hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button if you're not yet subscribed. That is a travesty. And hitting the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And we welcome you all to join me and Purple Baby as we extend our time, space, and effort to give you that exuberant experience and extravaganza as we play by play and commentary on tonight's game, San Antonio Spurs being hosted up in San Francisco in that wonderful, immaculate arena, the Golden State Warriors Chase Center.
Mm-hmm.
So, Purple
Oh
Baby coming out. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I was about to say, who do you like? Do you think Wembanyama is gonna have a similar first year to Luca in terms of like not all around game, but his points and stuff? What Luca basically did in his first year,
Um, I think Wembanyama.
or is it gonna be like a LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony type of thing for him?
Well, there's no one there to compete with him as far as that. I mean, you have Scoot Henderson, but Brandon Miller didn't come to the party yet. So if Brandon Miller was to,
But like I get the MVP. I mean, oh, that's the MVP. Lord Jesus, the rookie of the year. I'm talking about as far as the impact on the team, as far as winning and getting their teams to the playoffs and stuff like that. Like, who do you think he's gonna be similar to in that fashion?
yeah, definitely. Listen, it's going to take a miracle for this team, the way it's roster constructed, that when Victor Wembanyama could surpass the Admiral, David Robinson, with plus 35 wins. And I believe Tim Duncan, who has a record with plus 36 wins. So that is going to be hard in itself because the West is not a joke. It's a grueling gauntlet going through the West, and some say it's a horror show as the season unfolds. So that's going to be a very difficult task for Victor Wembanyama to surpass that of the Admiral plus 35 or Tim Duncan plus 36.
Mm. So basically, he's not gonna have a winning season his first year.
I don't know if they're going to have a winning season because, All Star break, you get trades, people seeing what's going on with San Antonio, and maybe they can get some talent down there, some veteran talent to play with Vessel, Johnson, and Wembanyama.
Wait.
Say that again.
No, I just was reading they comments in the comment section about Giannis and KD.
Yeah. So like I said, Pop have something up his sleeve. He knows that he has something with the San Antonio Spurs with those three at the driving force of them, and he wants to build it like the Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, and Tim Duncan era. He wants that kind of a trilogy for the San Antonio Spurs. I'm not sure how that can work, but I know that Trey Jones is definitely the type of guard that is needed in the midst of that development.
Yeah, I don't know what K. What's this Friday? I don't know when the last time Detroit played, but I don't know how K looked. He must didn't look too good because people was killing him on Twitter. I don't know what he did.
I think K is going through his growing pains. He's coming off of an injury that handicapped him for a large portion of the season last calendar year, and he's just getting his groove back. I don't think Cade is going to disappear into the night. I just think that he is very cautious and self-conscious about his body to see if it holds up physically in order for him to move forward. So I'm giving Cade at least 30 games before he can calibrate his mind with his body in order for him to be that type of guard under Monty Williams. Because you still have Osser there. You
Yeah,
still have Jaden Ivey there.
right.
So they're not lacking anything as far as guard playmaking, but are those guys equipped for leadership? That's what the Detroit Pistons need coming out of that point guard position is adequate leadership.
Yeah. How do you think the Nets look? Like, have you got an opportunity to see him play?
Briefly, more not like a full game that I'm watching now.
Mm.
Um, I did wanted to do a play-by-play stream for the Brooklyn Nets, but unfortunately, I think somebody else was playing. I think it was the Charlotte Hornets, and so Flight chose to do the Charlotte Hornets instead. What I do like about the Brooklyn Nets is that my homie, Coach Jock Vaughn, is very elated that Ben Simmons is ready to play basketball this season. He have shown his remarkable playmaking ability. At the same time, he has been a force as far as getting to the rim coming downhill. Now, we have yet to really see Ben Simmons shoot that mid-range shot or take something from beyond the arc with how can I say it, with confidence. So that's still something that's plagued his game, and those flaws are definitely exploited when he's out there on the court. Now, if he's going to take that into the season, I think it will extend his career if he's able to start connecting on these mid-range shots and things. And Mikal Bridges, his running mate, is looking pretty decent as well in this preseason. But you know who else I like? I like Sharper coming off the bench. They backup center. Nick
Yeah,
Claxton, I think Nick Claxton has grown this year, and he has another year up under his belt. And I think he's more confident. He's not starstruck by the presence of KD, Kyrie, or James Harden. He knows he is surrounded by Charlie Hustles, and I think that will help Nick Claxton moving forward as we start the second half of basketball. Victor Wembanyama with a bad pass, Chris Paul with the steal, 72-63, practically 25 minutes have evaporated. Excuse me, 25 seconds has evaporated. Zach Collins from deep. Oh my God. Zach Collins from deep. 29-foot 3-point jump shot. Devin Vessel on the assist. Andrew Wiggins come back with a uncontested layup. Curry assist. Jeremy missed a shot. Wiggins with a defensive rebound. We haven't heard much from Wiggins today. Tonight. Let's see if Wiggins can come through in the second half of the basketball game and make his name relevant. Steph Curry, bad pass steal. Zach Collins miss after getting a nice steal. He couldn't reward himself. Chris Paul come away with the rebound. I like the combination of Chris Paul and Steph Curry out on the court because you know you're not going to get nothing too goofy. And just as we speak about it, Chris Paul with the hockey assist, Andrew Wiggins get credit for the assist, Kevon Looney with the layup, and it's an 8-point ball game, 75-67 inside the 10-minute zone. I like how Andrew Wiggins ran that fast break. He didn't overshoot himself. He ran it at a very decent pace that kept Kevon Looney in action. And Kevon Looney, speaking about him, hard foul. And it looks like we're going to have some free throws. Devin Vessel, he gets to the line. We spoke about him earlier. And throughout the stream, he makes both of his stimmies. So his checks were guaranteed. What do you think about Devin Vessel? Because I just find it remarkable that he was part of that 2020 draft with LaMelo, Anthony Edwards, Tyrese Halliburton, Obi Toppin, Patrick Williams, and company. And he has really made a name for himself down here in San Antonio in obscurity.
Well, I thought his intangibles, and shout out to the Florida State coach. But I always thought his intangibles, at least from the defensive end, was there. I liked how he looked in college on defense. Offense, I'm not gonna lie. I felt like only thing he could be at the NBA level was a guy like that could hit open shots for you, like when you really needed a basket. I think, don't get me wrong, I think he's still a role player, but I like how he's looking, how his offense is evolving, and stuff like that. Because I really thought San Antonio is taking him because he's a good knockdown guy and he'll be a good guy on the perimeter. But I like
Zach Collins and then Victor Wembanyama hook up, and Zach Collins finished that assist with a nice hook. So shout out to those two. I noticed that Wembanyama around the rim, he kind of have a slither to his game. I don't know if he's going to be Plastic Man Part 2.
Yeah.
I think the way he moves his body for his height is very unique. Right now, we have some physical play. Steph Curry misses jump shot. Victor Wembanyama collects another block on Andrew Wiggins. And
Well,
then Victor Wembanyama also gets a defensive rebound to start the Spurs march towards another third quarter high scoring fest. 79-67 inside the 9-minute zone of the third quarter. Klay Thompson get a shooting foul. Look how Victor, look, he was taking on Chris Paul, put the ball between his legs. A guard. And from that play, Keldon Johnson got rewarded with a foul. So these referees are definitely looking at the San Antonio Spurs as the aggressor, and they are rewarding them for playing such aggressive basketball offensively as well as defensively. And the lead has spread it to 15, which is the largest lead of the night, 81-67, inside the 9-minute zone of the third quarter. Chris Paul missed. Keldon gets the rebound. Victor Wembanyama shoots a deep three-pointer. He misses. Steph Curry with the rebound as they pushes it up. And Steph Curry makes a step back, and he missed. Steph Curry misses. Jeremy gets the defensive rebound. Here comes the Spurs trying to finish off the Golden State Warriors in this period. And Victor Wembanyama with the dunk. Keldon Johnson with the assist. Warriors timeout. Steve Kerr has seen enough. Steve Kerr is livid how the Golden State Warriors are unable to defend the top draft rookie Victor Wembanyama around the restricted area. If you Steve Kerr, Purple Baby, what are you telling your team right now? Because these are veterans. And these are on the court. Kevon Looney, Andrew Wiggins, Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson. What are you telling them as they are getting whipped by 14, 83-67 right now?
Hey, it ain't nothing you can. I mean, they playing. It's like they missing shots, but playing sloppy at the same time. You know, too many fouls. You know, like that. It ain't
So,
nothing.
a veteran laden team like the Golden State Warriors, they know they're not playing their best ball.
Right.
Unfortunately for them, they barely amassed 67 points thus far in this ball game. And normally, on an average night, Golden State Warriors would be in the 80-point margin around this time because they're so explosive offensively. But tonight, it seemed like the presence of Victor Wembanyama has deterred a lot of the scoring.
That's the key. And then, like I said, even though you feel, and I don't disagree as far as Golden State being the blueprint, but people have found a response. You know, sometimes better defense beats good offense, or otherwise. And right now, teams have figured out ways to defend them. So, you know, now we seen. Well, I think they came back down to reality. You know, it didn't help that Klay got injured and whatever, but they came back down to reality. They living on Earth with the rest of us.
Now, are we putting too much on the preseason? I mean, can we really predicate the Golden State Warriors being the hegemony of sovereignty in the NBA and looking at the preseason with these young San Antonio Spurs who have more to prove than Golden State because they haven't won anything in a long time. I'm talking about like umpteen of
15 years.
November.
15 years, because I was in high school when they won their last ring, when San Antonio won their last ring. But no, because at first I thought I was bugging last season, like, oh, you know, where's gonna be top four and all that. And then I came to reality and I'm like, I gotta admit, Steph is getting older. Klay ain't the same, and I knew he wasn't gonna be the same. And then I'm looking at their youth and I'm like, I get it. You want to win while you still can. But I'm not afraid of them no more.
Shout
Like,
out to the Pope.
I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a long time as Golden State decided to make a plethora of changes to try to shake up what's going on with the Golden State lack of offense thus far. And
Right.
Kuminga just missed a slam. But now Zach Collins missed a 17-footer. Spurs get an offensive rebound.
Like that. Like really.
Oh, that was a foul. You see that guy just pushed Victor Wembanyama in the back?
Yeah, I don't like motherfucking like
So that was Moses Moody with the loose ball foul.
right.
And once
Stupid.
again,
Not
yeah,
hurt.
hold up. Once again, the San Antonio Spurs are being rewarded with their hustle around the rim, and Victor makes them pay with a 19-foot jump shot. Zach Collins with the assist. Zach Collins and Victor Wembanyama has been a combination of a wealth of playmaking in this game. Moses Moody, he makes up for that with a tip shot. Go ahead.
No, and I just seen CWE talking about Poole. I don't think they would, because I think they got a better playmaker in Paul, just not a better scorer or a better defender at this point in his age. I think it's the ugly, what they did in 2020. That's going to kill them. Like you just don't, like I said, it's equivalent to football of having a quarterback and then you take the center or a lineman. Like who does that when you need a quarterback?
Yes, Wemby is definitely cooking these fools. 19, 4 rebounds, 1 assist. And I cannot see the stats on this block, but I think I got like 4 blocks.
Yeah, he do. 4. I'm looking at it right now.
85 to 69 inside the 7-minute zone of the third quarter. And Golden State do get some points back with Dario making one of 2 of his stimmies that was granted to him by the Jeremy
Oh,
shooting
my
foul.
fault, Dex. It's 5.
Oh, he got 5. Wow. We were trying to cut him short.
Right. But yeah, Golden State's not scary anymore. Like, I think I'm not gonna say grown man, but like, dang, like what you gonna do? They not like, yeah, you ain't gonna have a Steph on your team, but it can be replicated. And again, they older.
Both
Yes,
free throws are made.
I said
Devin,
about oh, go ahead, Dex.
yeah, I was saying both free throws are made from Dario. Devin Vessel missed his little pull-up shot. Moses Moody gets the defense, and Jonathan Kamunga out of bounds pass turnover. So Jonathan has not had the game that he wished he probably thought, and they didn't capitalize off the turnover just yet. But Jonathan has to make up his mind what part of basketball he want to play. Do he just want to be a highlight reel, or he want to be a high IQ player and get more out of the game than the opponents will allow?
Um, Thunder, I don't think so. They said Draymond Green's supposed to be starting still, and CP3 is gonna run the bench unit. So yeah, I agree.
Well, you have Charles Bassey with his 10-foot jump shot, Jeremy Sakin with the assist, and 87-71 with Rodney Magruder answering with a 3-point shot, Jonathan Kamunga with the assist.
And then Jonathan,
And now
oh,
Corey Joseph with a shooting foul, Warriors timeout again. Let's see what Steve Kerr have up his sleeve once this break in the action resume.
like I just go to stages. The way people gonna stop. And how many years they been in this new stadium, Dex? Like three seasons or 2?
I think this is their 4th year.
Okay. Mm, they better figure out something because
So they got into that new arena when Kevin Durant didn't sign, and he signed with the Brooklyn Nets, remember? And he had to sit out that year because of his torn Achilles. And
yeah,
that was the year that they got into that new stadium, coming off the loss of the championship with those boys up north, Six God, the dinosaurs themselves, the Toronto Raptors.
Right. Yeah, they. Mm-mm. Oh, let me go look at their roster right quick. I know I was supposed to be doing something.
Yeah, there's a break in the action. We at the 5 minute zone in the third quarter on the finale of preseason basketball, as this is the final drip of NBA preseason. Golden State hosting the San Antonio Spurs inside that marvelous arena up there in San Francisco, Northern California, at the Chase Center. They're down by 17, 87 to, excuse me, 13, 87 to 74.
Let me see how tall he is. Oh, he's small. Let's see how tall he is. Damn, I didn't realize he was that small. Well, that's big, but oh no. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, we should have free throws when we come off of this timeout break.
Dang,
And it was a coach's challenge, and the call was overturned. So Steve Kerr wins that. He wins that challenge, and Corey Joseph blocks Barham 17-foot jump shot, and the Spurs get the offensive
ooh,
rebound.
and I forgot I like that guy too. Um, even though his shot just got blocked, Malachi, I liked him too. He was another defensively sound guy coming in. It did take a
Yeah,
while.
he's a definitely a blue collar player, and this hustle is definitely recognized.
What? Oh my God. See, I forgot CWE came to the chat. They
Oh,
talking
he's been here for a minute.
about
Yeah, Pope, I see you, boy. I see you.
It's a crazy game.
I
Yes,
mean,
it
they
is.
blown out.
It was good.
So, Flight, could you give us some insight on it from what you've witnessed?
Well,
While we have a break, somewhat break in the action with Rodney Magruder missing a 3-point shot, but Moody gets a rebound, give it back to Rodney Magruder, and
And
he
he
misses
missed
again. And now Jeremy gets the defensive rebound, and the Spurs is on the attack to try to increase their lead.
Victor
Hey, come
Wembanyama.
on, bro. You can't be doing that. Calm down.
Talk about it, Flight. What you see about old Victor?
Man, it's just Victor Wembanyama doing everything, on both ends. Number one, hitting shots is ridiculous shots. They moving like a guard out there. How he blocking shots and going to the other end too. I mean, he just showing the complete versatility. Watching him kind of gets you irritated, thinking about what the Hornets we could have got. Could you imagine? Should have signed.
Keldon Johnson with a shooting foul after Rodney Magruder made his 2-point try with Corey Joseph with the assist. As we talked about Corey Joseph earlier, Rodney Magruder hits that and one, and he brings it closer to a 10-point ball game. So now they're back in management era, where at first they was in deep waters. 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, 10-point ball game, 87-77. The Spurs have yet to relinquish this lead, but Golden State Warriors is in the building, and they continue to chip away at that once enormous lead that's now manageable.
Shout out to all y'all in the chat. Salute to my man Basil too. Appreciate you for sending that $20 super chat. Definitely want to thank you. Right now they got all the bench warmers in the game right now, so I don't know how intriguing the game is.
And at the same time, Rodney Magruder with an offensive rebound after Jonathan Kuminga misses a 28-foot jump shot. And here come Dario. He makes them pay, and their lead is shrinking. And Moses Moody blocked Jeremy. Oh, my God. Moses with the defense and corrals the defensive rebound. Now here come Golden State in pursuit to continue to close the gap between the two teams. 87-79 Golden State, and Jeremy get hits with a personal foul. There's going to be some changes for San Antonio. Osman entered the game for Jeremy. And let's see if the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, counters this move, or do he continue the momentum with the team that's out on the court? And Dario misses the 26-foot jump shot. And now the Spurs have an opportunity to increase their lead by 2, 3, or 4, depending on the shot and the results. Listen, Purple Baby, Dermick is still around. Ooh, the guy you was talking about, Malachi Burham, makes the 12-foot jump shot, and he ends the scoring drought for the San Antonio Spurs as Charles Bessie is on with the assist. Jonathan Kuminga lose the ball, turnover, Doug McDermott, a steal. Here comes San Antonio. Oh, again, Charles Bessie makes the dunk. Trey Jones with the assist. Trey is a man of playmaking abilities, and he is so quiet and unsung that you don't even know he's on the court until he does something of this nature. So San Antonio have reeled off 4 straight points, and now 91-81, where Dario comes back with a short layup. Corey Joseph with the assist, back to a 10-point ball game. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing with the San Antonio Spurs. Doug McDermott answers with Trey Jones with another assist. Corey Joseph hits the deep three-pointer, and the Spurs call timeout. Oh, my God. Popovich don't like what he's seeing. Golden State has chewed into this deficit, and now they're down by single digits. What more could you ask closing out the third quarter, going into the fourth quarter, that this could be a short lead, and Golden State has the momentum and the opportunity to probably get this down to a 4-point ball game. Timeout Spurs, Popovich. Thank you, Flight Sports TV, once again for having us in your space and integrating us into your platform. Those out there, Night Riders, you're champions of the cause. Please hit that like button. Most definitely hit the subscribe button. And if you want more interaction with Flight Sports TV, hit the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience, because we humbly welcome you and invite you to an up-close and personal, live, in color, 3D, front row seat extravaganza. We want to thank Purple Baby, want to thank Flight, and also myself, All Access, for this opportunity to present to you Spurs versus the Golden State Warriors. Flight, give us your take on Victor Wembanyama.
Well, like I just said, this dude is a great young player, man. He's gonna be a problem. I mean, that's a hell of a young guy. It's truly the consensus #1 overall pick. I don't think there's any kind of argument about that. This dude is gonna be a force. I still don't understand how he got to the Spurs, but I mean, it's leave it at that. So it's kind of disgusting, if you ask me. Shit don't make no sense. Look like I don't know if we're gonna see Victor again, but it would have been nice. But they still gotta play it safe. I don't think it's anybody close to him. who has played at the level that he's played at since he has started playing. Seriously, what you think about that, Purple?
You saying about Victor, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I'll wait to the regular season. I'll see how he starts, but he's not guardable. That's the problem, yo. Like,
No, well, I can't say that. I think gotta get the right people. Mind, it's still preseason.
no, but you can put, let's say Anthony Davis on him in the post. Well, he's quick enough to get to the perimeter, but as AD, then you taking a good rim protector, whether it's Embiid or I wouldn't say Jokic. Who am I thinking about? Fuck. Oh, Gobert. People like that. He's quicker than them. Like you gonna have to take these 6'7" athletic, 6'7" to 6'9" or 10 wings and and they can't. Like I said, they're gonna have to attack him for at his dribble because you can't block his shot, man. I told you he a 2K character in real life. What am I looking for?
Yes, we have a lot of basketball left to be played. The third quarter is still intact. Jonathan Klamunga gets one of two of his stimmies as I kind of chew on my in and out meal that I just received.
I got you. It's not. I got 98, 89. We headed towards the tail end of the third quarter. The fourth quarter, like I said, I doubt we're going to get a chance to see Victor Wembanyama, but we'll see. I'm be keeping an eye monitoring this situation very closely. It'd be nice to see him again. He's showing an array of moves where you talk about putting the ball on the floor with his size, pause. You understand? I mean, that's definitely something crazy. I mean, I don't think the league has seen something like this before. We've seen unicorns. We thought we've seen unicorns. But I think we're about to see something we've never seen before. This kid from France, this guy, the San Antonio Popovich, and them, they've been plotting on this dude for years. So there was a method to this madness. I'm not surprised at all that they got their hands on him. I'm really disgusted. To be honest with you, the NBA hasn't looked into this with tampering. Something went on here.
Oh my God! Here go flight. It's New York conspiracy.
Something went on here. This don't make sense. This shit don't make a goddamn sense.
Like you got what you deserve down in Charlotte, and New York was not in the discussion because Dallas decided to tank.
It's all good.
Because you guys could have had the action at getting Imani Bates if Dallas wouldn't screw you guys over like that. Jason Kidd and Kyrie and Luka wanted to change the fortunes of New York City by tanking and keeping their 10th overall pick. Yeah, I'm in tears too, Chuck.
That's something right.
But it's all good. That's just the way the ball bounces sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Could you imagine if Imani Bates was on your team? That would be perfect in the absence of Obi Toppin. You get Imani Bates.
Yeah, dude who can score.
Well, Obi Toppin is doing pretty good in the preseason down there in Indiana.
Say it one more time.
I said Obi Toppin is doing pretty good down there in Indiana.
Well, it's preseason. We don't know how good he's doing.
Yeah, I agree. We can't predicate anything on preseason, not anything of value.
Preseason, I don't know if it's the same two GMs or the same GM, but after the loss that the Hornets had to the I was about to say to the Wizards, to the Celtics the other day, I woke up the next morning and everybody was feeling very puckerish about this team.
Who?
The Hornets.
What you mean by puckerish?
Like they were saying that this is not a winning team. You got a whole bunch of
They have no chance.
basketball players. That LaMelo Ball is not somebody you build a team around. They rather build a team around Halliburton. They think he's better.
All right, I ain't gonna lie, I've been hearing some dirty shit about LaMelo. I mean, it is what it
I
is.
mean, it was crazy. I woke up and I was like, at first I thought it was somebody made up because people really good on Twitter and stuff like that. And then I kept seeing it, and I'm
Everybody
like,
loves a shot at LeVar. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when you hear that type of talk, you know that's a shot at LeVar. Because who can win with that situation in Charlotte, right? Really, honestly.
right.
If you can put Chris Paul down there, and I think it'd still be somewhat a fiasco. They might give him the benefit of the doubt, Chris Paul, because of his veteranship, but it's hard for those group of guys. I'm talking about the veterans, Terry Rozier and Gordon Hayward, to buy in to LaMelo Ball leadership, especially PJ Washington, who have secrets. So let's keep it at that. So I mean, they supposed to flushed out that whole team and brought LaMelo a new drum set. Not try to rekindle those players that don't have winning ways.
It's like throwing shots. They'll say, yeah, he's good individually, which I heard this about Dame, but the way he plays does not translate to winning basketball. If that makes sense.
No, it doesn't make sense because LaMelo averages almost 8 assists a game playing with a team who can't hit shots.
But I'm trying to understand that logic because that's not LaMelo ain't the only one. Like I heard about Dame prior to Chris Paul, even with Chris Paul with Devin Booker. I heard that. Brandon Ingram, I heard that before.
Well, Brandon Ingram, you have a case. You have a case with Brandon Ingram, but you don't have a case with Chris Paul and Dame Lillard because both of them have went to the Western Conference Championship, and Chris Paul even went to the NBA Finals. So I don't know what they mean by that.
Same thing with Luka. Like how can I put it with Luka?
You can't say Luka either because Luka went to the Western Conference.
No, Dex.
That's winning.
It's frustrating to me because it's just like I agree, yeah, they went to the Western Conference, all that stuff, but they're saying like it wasn't because of that person. So I don't know why they would tell that lie about the Mavericks because Luka is certainly the reason why they made it that far. But it's foggy. Like I guess people say that the way they play like James Harden, the way he plays in the regular season does not translate, or even with Joel Embiid, he's a good regular season player, but it does not. They want the same play that they did in the regular season to translate in the playoffs, or to translate into wins, basically within a playoff setting. And they said LaMelo does neither.
Yeah, they have been talking kind of crazy.
Well, a flight. I mean, we have to give them some benefit of the doubt. We can't just say it's all hate because the data. We have to follow the data, and wherever the data leads us, we have to go with that. And so far, LaMelo has yet to get out of a play-in situation. So until he does that, then I think the narrative could change. But what I don't like is that Halliburton haven't even been to no play-in. He hasn't even come close to being a play-in. And yet they want to champion his cause and his play and his effect with a team. That's where the disrespect comes in at.
Because it was just like, I mean, I don't care for the Pacers, but
they're like 20 spots ahead of LaMelo.
Yeah, they fell out the playoffs. And what I didn't understand the fair argument, like Pope was mentioning yesterday, I think that was, about what seed they was, and then LaMelo got hurt. Okay, why isn't that same praise given to LaMelo that they give to Halliburton? Okay, the team, once Halliburton went, the team fell apart. Same thing happened with the Hornets in a sort of. It's kind of like what people would say like LaMelo wasn't the reason
Because
why.
it's not about LaMelo. They attaching LaMelo's game or his flaws to LeVar and all of the hyperbolic talk that LeVar was espousing about his sons. So people want to prove him wrong by shoving LaMelo's off injured season down his throat. And those of us who appreciate what LaMelo brings to the game, because like I said, you can't put no Tyrese Halliburton above no LaMelo because he has yet to lead his team into a playoff. He has yet to lead his team into a play-in. He has yet to lead his team to a winning season. Even when he was in Sacramento, when that trade happened, in Tyrese Halliburton absence, they traded him for Sabonis and company, and that team dramatically shot up into a legitimate contender to some degree and a solidified playoff team, the Sacramento Kings.
But you know what's
So that
crazy?
is that an indictment on Tyrese? Because if that was LaMelo, then they would say, as soon as LaMelo leave, Sacramento got better. So that's what I'm saying.
It's an indictment on the guy that to me that's still there in Fox. I don't understand why Fox ain't getting the smoke either because it's like, oh, you was okay, like you was getting your points.
But Fox can't get the smoke anymore. That's what I'm saying. Because once he got into the playoff, that killed that. That changed the narrative of him not being a winning player. Because he showed he can lead a team into a playoff situation, being the prime focal of the offense.
Do you think
That's why I can't talk about Fox anymore. You see, I shut up because he shut me up. Even though he didn't get out the first round, he gave Golden State all they can handle. But yet,
right? And that's true.
prior to that, he was nowhere near.
But was it
competitive.
him or was it the bonus?
It doesn't matter because Fox is still present. You know what I'm saying? And he's still the focal point. It's different. Purple. If you would have switched over and Sabonis would have led the team, then you can have that kind of conversation. But he was always the lead man, always had the ball in his hand, very high usage. Sabonis was a complementary piece, like Gasol was to Kobe.
Or KD was Clay and stuff. But I mean, it's just weird. I just feel like, but I don't know where De'Aaron because I didn't even go look at that list because I didn't care. But I wonder where De'Aaron was on that list. I know he wasn't. It don't sound like he was in the top 15 or the top 20. So that's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, so that's why when I examine a lot of the kerfuffle surrounding the negativity towards LaMelo Ball, when you really examine it and break it down and dissect it, it falls upon loose ends. It's not a real well-packaged argument when they speak that way about LaMelo Ball, but then remove other people from that same barometer to judge.
Like, for instance, I can see it coming right now. Let's say, which I don't think he will, but let's say Scoot Henderson gets his team to a playoff. They don't win, not a playoff, a play-in situation, right? They don't win, but it's the fact that he did that in his first year and his numbers across the board was solid. That don't mean he didn't have inefficient games or nights and stuff like that. He just all around just it looks better. I can see it coming like, oh Jesus, like this season is going to be.
What can you see coming?
I just feel like one of the things that I heard, it wasn't even around draft time. Like we're having a discussion about LaMelo Ball just not being a winning player, not even a good first to some people or second option, right? I can see with Scoot, by the way, he's leading that team or is going to be leading that team, that if Scoot, he don't have to win. It's the same thing that went on with Anthony Edwards, when the Timberwolves did what they did and saying, well, it didn't matter, Cat is soft and all this other BS, but Cat is still better than any player that LaMelo has on his roster. It's just doing, I would say, more with what they have versus what what LaMelo has. Basically, it translating into wins.
Put it this way, Purple. I'm gonna put this in a nutshell. LaMelo Ball came in the same draft as Tyrese Halliburton,
Correct.
and when he came in, what was his plus win total from the previous season being with the Charlotte Hornets? And then you do the same thing with Tyrese Halliburton with Sacramento.
I think I don't know what it is, but I can assure you that it's not that good on either end. Because no, just no, it's not good on either end. I'm happy that Tyrese gets to lead a team, but I just don't understand the correlation. If you felt like a guy coming in that 2020 draft and Tyrese Halliburton, much like Kyle Kuzma, because people don't like to have the conversation, that they were already pro-ready deal to the either system they played in college or just how they approached the game. Why are you comparing it essentially to a guy? Yeah, he played pro overseas ball, but if you're saying he didn't really play in a structured offense until he got to I was going to say Indiana, Australia. Why are you comparing him to a guy that you feel like is pro ready just because he's a pro? That never made sense to me. Like, I was just like, I felt like when people were saying take Halliburton over LaMelo, it was just out of spite.
No, no, that's
Well,
all.
the GMs didn't believe it, right? Because look where Tyrese Halliburton fell. He wasn't even top
that's
10.
what I'm saying. Like, I keep forgetting how. I think he's like 23, 24. Tyrese Halliburton is old. Like, he's young, but he's older, old for a player, when he came out. Because that's the only thing I kept hearing was, he's pro ready. He's ready to come in and instantly start winning and stuff like that. And then it came to LaMelo. I don't know. I don't think he's going to translate very well to the NBA, the offense. I think he's going to struggle a lot. He has bad stock selection. I even seen that the other day. They said he still has the same bad shot selection as far as his attempts from three. Like, they was having a conversation about him and Steph, him and Dame. And then people was like saying that Steph, like, we all agree that just because Steph's threes go in don't make the shot not bad, right? Like, he takes threes that can not outside of an offense, but he should be taking some of those shots where other guys would kind of get considered criticized and saying like that's bad. Like, Steph just don't get that criticism. So they was talking.
But you can't put Steph in that conversation because Steph is looked upon as the greatest shooter ever in NBA history. And that's 75
but
years of NBA observation.
It brings into context him, Damian Lillard and LaMelo's volume from three that they shoot. And so when you're looking at the percentage and they're like, outside of Steph, Clay, I think it goes Steph, Clay, Dame. LaMelo's right there at number 4. How is he not, this winning player or this, that? How doesn't he affect winning? And there, I definitely want to hear somebody's logic when it comes to that, because that confuses me too.
But Purple, listen, Purple. You got to remember what they said about LeBron James. How he couldn't win it. Remember? You remember that talk? Were you old enough to remember all that hoopla about LeBron James? Or he can't win it. He doesn't have that killer instinct. Blah blah this and blah blah that. And now he's 4 titles in.
But you know what that was? When you look at players prior, like Kobe, Allen Iverson, I wouldn't put Tim Duncan in there, or Steve Nash, or Dirk for that matter. Even with Kevin Garnett, even though he wasn't winning, Paul Pierce, guys like that. To some people, those were very, especially with Kobe Bryant and I'm gonna throw Carmelo Anthony in there. They were selfish, and they felt like LeBron's willingness to play with.
Woke up light talking about Carmelo.
Hey, listen, they did. Compared to LeBron, they were selfish. And that's crazy because just like James Harden and LeBron, they two are the same player. Just because they pass the ball to open teammates don't make them not selfish. That's crazy to me, especially with James Harden. But and like that's just crazy. But compared to LeBron James was not as selfish as they was. He wasn't like self-centered, I would say. I think that's a good.
I think LeBron got more selfish once these records came into his purview.
Yeah,
Besides,
I agree with
before then, LeBron James
shot
was
left
never
home.
considered being selfish because they kept saying he needed to be selfish because he was known as a deferrer.
Yep.
Hold on, we got a new person in there. Who's Laurie?
Hey, Flight, how you doing?
It was good. Who is this?
Oh, this is Lori. I've been watching your show for quite some time, and I just wanted to say you are very a hardworking guy, and I love the LaMelo Ball talk and everything. Nigga,
Oh, okay.
it's the Pope, my nigga. What the fuck? I typed it in the chat, but anyways, I wanted to come. You like my accent, Kyle?
Yeah, you good.
I was finna say this lady must be on crank, not crack, but crank.
No, she on Frank. She on Frank. That's
She on
all.
crank.
Yeah. She ain't on Crank. She on
She
Frank.
said
But
she on
listen,
crank.
shout out to everybody, man. Especially Flight, especially Dex, Purple Baby in the building with her crazy Kansas City having ass, and Wembanyama. I just wanted to come. It's date night for me, man. It's movie night, but I had to come in because that Wemby guy, man. The goodness, y'all talking about the right dude. I think he's gonna be the goat of goats, man. Once it's all said and done, long as his availability is his best ability, because everything else is just crazy. Like this is insane. I'm really like this, like Tecmo Bowl with Barry Sanders. You can just run around in circles with the nigga type shit and score touchdowns. So that's you youngsters, y'all know nothing about no Tecmo Bowl or nothing like that. But that's okay. But yeah, I just wanted to say, man, shout out to y'all. Keep working, Flight, Dex. I'm listening, man, but I'm about to watch my movie. Dex, I sent you Dub, my nigga, whenever my connection. I don't know how my connection ain't working, but my lady's shit working. This shit's weird.
Yeah, it's crazy sometimes.
Yeah, I got full bars. Like I'm all the way loaded on 5G, and it will not let me.
Sometimes you have to cut your phone off and let it reboot.
Yeah. Me and Verizon gonna have to talk because I pay too much goddamn money for me to be. Hello, but that's okay. I just need to come up real quick, man, and just say Victor's the truth. Yeah, and he's way beyond what I even thought he was. I'm like, sheesh. But oh yeah, now shit going through. You probably should have got it. Like, yeah. Now my shit want to go through. Now everything going through now. Okay.
Oh, you say something. Okay, I do see it. I
You got
appreciate
it?
Yeah, good luck.
No doubt, man. You good looking on you. You man, hey, you popping, man. Every night for years. It's been going on. So yeah. Keep that up, man.
I appreciate you. Thanks.
Y'all do your
Y'all
thing.
check out some videos that we dropped today
Huh?
on Flight Sports TV. Y'all hit the like on them videos.
Yes. Listen, fuel the machine. Fuel the machine. I'm telling you, we're trying to do it big this year, man.
That's right. And while y'all feeling the machine, man, go on over to the Pope Be Frank, man, if you haven't. I'm like,
Drop the link to your channel in the chat.
yeah, I'm like a dub away from the 1K. So let's get it. I'm a dub away from the 1K, man. So
Yeah, we
let's
got to
get
get
it.
that. Yeah, as soon as you hit 1K, then we'll talk about it.
Actually, I'm 18 now, baby. I'm 18 away. Shit, going up quick. Let's
Yeah.
get it.
Let's get
Yeah.
Oh,
So
be
if y'all
frank.
not subscribed, yes, sir. What you say now?
No, he just said Pope B. Frank.
Oh yeah, the Pope Be Frank. I'll put it in the chat, man. Y'all go on support. But Flight, you the man. Dex, you the man. OG, you know you OG Dex. Even though we get into it, we barely get into it though. But so the other day you were sounding crazy. I gotta call you when you sounded crazy. But you OG Dex. You really OG triple old
I
ass
feel you.
nigga.
I
But
feel you.
all right, y'all. Y'all have a good one, man.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it on y'all.
Is Purple still here?
Yeah.
Purple, you never told me how you felt about Imani Bates.
Oh, I liked him, but I was surprised because Like in the back of my head, what he did within the off season, prior to his draft year and stuff like that, I knew he wasn't going to go in the first round, but I still hoped that he would. But I liked Imani Bates. I think he's a good pickup for Cleveland.
Yeah, I like Bates. I think he can steal a show.
Yeah, definitely. But like it's crazy when they feel like, because his talent to me is there. It's like this man really went in the second round. Like it was some guys in the first round that I would have, took Bates over them. Like that was crazy. But hey, people got their
You're
reasons.
not gonna have that Brandon Miller debate. I feel where you're coming though.
I wasn't even thinking about Brandon Miller. I just, because they was both in similar situations. It's just that, Brandon, it costed a life. So, but it's just crazy. I don't, unless it's something about his situation that they didn't get revealed to the public. I really don't understand why he went in the second round.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. Shout out to my man Spike in the building.
Hi, Spike.
Salute to all y'all in the chat.
Yeah, I just the
What's
NBA
up?
need to get they.
What's going on, Spike? What did you observe in tonight's game? Because Sacramento is not too far from San Francisco.
No.
Yo, give me about 2 minutes. I'm gonna check in with you over there.
Okay, just chime in when you're ready.
Yeah. Salute to Spike.
Oh shit.
What'd you say, Purple?
So how true is it that y'all looking into getting Karl Anthony Towns?
Well, like I said, I mean, that was some of the reports. Like I said, I'm trying to listen. I don't know.
That was as close as putting a feather up a horse ass. Come on, Flight.
Listen, those are the reports. I didn't make that shit up. I mean, don't get on me, man. All I do is report the news. We got to go to the sources. That's reporting these things. But for real, man, the Knicks are going to be looking to do some things. Let's see how the season progresses. Everything seems crazy, but let's see how these teams get off to the starts. Let's say Minnesota, they're already pissed off. They traded the damn house to go get Rudy Gobert. What if they start the season 1-8? It's going to be some decisions.
Well, that's
Anthony
Anthony Edwards' team. But my question to you, do you get a different result? No, I'm asking you, do you think you'll go farther and get a different result if you replace Karl Anthony Towns with Julius Randle?
Oh, man, listen. We need to get Julius up out of there, man, for real. Like I said, Julius, this is like a love-hate relationship with Julius, man. This is like he's been pimping the Knicks for too long. He just, like I said, it's like this is a dangerous relationship. I was thinking about this to myself the other day. It's very toxic, because Julius is like you need him during the regular season, but every time when it's time to count on him, it's like he's never nowhere to be found. He's having some fits, counting. There's many issues that you deal with Julius. But in the regular season, he's a man child. In the regular season, you're going to say, oh, man, well, they can't do nothing with Julius. But here come the playoffs. And here we go.
Would you rather have, if it were possible, would you rather have or
JT Thor motherfucker out here?
Who?
Motherfucker like JT Thor, number 27.
What did you say, Purple?
Embiid or Towns? Who would you want?
Joel Embiid.
Oh wow! So you just don't? Okay, like
I'd rather have Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid is better than Karl Anthony Towns, but Joel Embiid, he might collapse. You never know. But if we just talking about on the floor, of course, Joel Embiid.
Yeah, that's. You know what? I would like to say this. Are we surprised about what's on in Philly right now, or was it on the wall from the beginning? Like, was it
performance?
No, like from the Embiid, the process, and all that. Are we surprised by hit up as.
I mean, are we surprised about what?
Like, I didn't think that they was going to, once I seen like Ben Simmons play and stuff like that and everything he wasn't doing as far as shooting the ball, I was just like, okay, this ain't going to work. And then, like, I like Embiid a lot too, but I was like, he can't stay healthy. Philly ain't going nowhere. So it's just like, it's sad. Like, they put all their money in the basket of Embiid and Simmons, and just for it to go, they didn't even make a finals, and Embiid ain't made a finals on his own. That, do you realize Tatum has made more Western Eastern Conference appearances than Embiid since he's been in Philly, and Simmons?
I mean,
That's crazy.
Yeah, you're right. You're making some good points. Man, because you still got to play the games.
Yeah. Yes, I just feel like, but I'm thinking back on, like, I'm not gonna say hype because all these guys can play. We know Zion being unhealthy, but when he plays, he has a definite impact on winning. But even with Anthony Davis, I look back and say, well, individually, he ain't did too bad, but like outside of what going to the finals and stuff with LeBron James, I feel like this far, I feel like he should have accomplished more in terms of being a participant rather in like NBA finals runs or stuff like that. Like, I just feel like a lot of these guys that we hype up and say, oh, they're gonna do this, they just don't, when it comes to like doing finals and stuff like that, or going, they don't even do, like, look at Kevin Durant. Yeah, he got there with the Warriors.
Kevin Durant is a fraud.
But like,
I know people ain't gonna be happy, but like I said, Kevin Durant, if he would have never went to the Warriors, he would have never won no championships. And now
it because of
Warriors. Go ahead.
It wasn't with. I would like to have this conversation.
He went out like a sucker last year.
Was it because of how he played?
Yes.
That's
how he competed.
Yeah.
You can't win every game, but it's all about how you compete.
So you thought he was the problem? You think he was the problem in OKC? Because what year was he?
I can't say he was the problem. I mean,
he was in year 10 or 11 when he left OKC, right?
I would have to look back. I don't know off the top of my head, but what I will say is he wasn't the problem. But I mean, he dropped the ball in that series against Golden State. They was up on them. This is before the Warriors ran off with the whole fucking with everything. They stopped it, and they almost had them. They had them, and they let the shit slip away. And Kevin Durant, he was so good, and he just flopped. You had Steph Curry playing on another level, and like I said, it outshined him. And like I said, you were that close. I could see if they swept you, but you were right on the cusp, and then he decides to join them the next year. That was just crazy. I could see if
I agree. He shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, they lost in 7.
But to me, it speaks volumes on how bad OKC. Like, I think
OKC is a hell of an organization. Shout out to Sam Presti.
No,
they know what they're doing.
Not at that time. They wasn't.
Well, they was being cheap. That by the time when they was ready to spend some money, it was too late. They tried to get Carmelo and fucking Paul George. They should have did that originally when they had Ibaka and Hart and everybody. That's when they should have spent all of the money and went into the luxury tax. By the time they was ready to go into the luxury tax, it was all over.
Right. And then I felt like KD, I really want to know, like, who, if KD is, like, it takes a team to win a game. But I'm trying to understand, why did they feel not like they knew Russell wasn't the best player that KD was, but why, like say, oh, he's this franchise. I think that had a lot to do with it too. Like,
well, listen. You have two superstars. You know, you got to make both of them happy. You know, and that's what was going on. What the fuck? What the heck are you supposed to make Westbrook so irrelevant?
No, I don't think you should. But I just
They
feel
gotta
like
share the ball, and they both got to get shine.
But when we think about it, we keep saying, "Oh, he could have just ran it back." I think it was something really bad going on that they've yet to disclose, KD or Westbrook or Presti, that was going on over there for KD not to want to come back. Because like we say, it don't make no sense. They should have ran it back. Something had to, like, outside of them not bringing Harden and Ibaka and stuff like that back, something was desperately wrong that we don't know about.
Yeah, well,
and KD was like, yeah, even if I come, it's this situation is unsalvageable.
Westbrook wasn't bad. I mean, he ended up winning the MVP. Wasn't it the year after last? So I mean,
to what cost? I mean, yeah, KD, you know, with Golden State in the rings, but to what cost did that? Like, after he got his MVPs, what did he do after?
I mean, like I said, he definitely has regressed.
And he's sorry for his injury that he got.
It's tough. It's a tough call.
Golden State down by 3. 5 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. The one possession ball game. Well, now it's a 4-possession ball game, so this one might be over. But that's free throw.
Let me see what's going on with this game.
Did you see what Dex CWE said about Cody?
Yeah.
And shout out to
I got 5 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, shout out to the Rocka Nova, Cam Whitmore. Go ahead, Flight.
Moody. To the Spurs.
I think this one's over with. Can we agree?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Any takeaways?
Yeah, Victor Wembanyama. That's the takeaways. That dude is nice. They back. Telling the Spurs is back.
So we got another JT Thor in the league.
Who are you talking about?
For the San Antonio Spurs. I don't know where Pop found this dude, but he looked like JT Thor all over again. Play like him, build like him. I mean, he's so dark I can't even see his facial features.
Shut up. CWE, I need you not to be delusional. That is very delusional.
Flight pretty hard on Kevin Durant. He called him a fraud. That's a hard take right there.
I'm just not in support of people saying that he should have went back. Like, I get not going to the team he lost to, but I don't think he should have went back to OKC.
All I'm saying is that he was a free man. He could walk across any bridge without bad intentions. He was in good standings with the NBA, and he played out his contract like a true professional. So he was able to go anywhere he wanted. Now, I wish he would have came to the Lakers.
Right.
But he chose Golden State, and he got his rings. LeBron James, same thing. He chose Miami, got his rings. But what separated LeBron James from Kevin Durant is that LeBron went back to Cleveland to make them champions. Unfortunately, Kevin Durant didn't go back to OKC and made them champions.
All right.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Do you agree with Gilbert when he say that winning is a team accomplishment and not an individual accomplishment?
What, a ring?
Yeah, winning a ring is a team accomplishment, not an individual thing.
I mean, it's definitely a team accomplishment. I mean, individually, it's each his own. Everybody is an individual award too, I'm pretty sure. Everybody wants to win a championship. So, but it's definitely overall a team goal. So I guess you could say, yeah, I do agree.
Because I just wonder, when we look at guys, if I imagine KD without rings, how are we describing him, basically?
Like a joke. See, we got a lot of young people. People don't remember that Rondo when it was giving him the business. So a lot of people forget that. KD was struggling for a while.
Well, never mind.
Dirk.
No, I was thinking about Dirk, but I forgot Dirk got a ring.
Man, Dirk and them knocked his ass off too, I think. So I mean, he was struggling for a minute to get out the playoffs. The Spurs took him down. And then he had to load up, and then even that was in the beginning, and then now in the tail end, you was with, you tried to build a super team out there in Brooklyn. It was supposed to be him and Kyrie. That wasn't enough, So it is what it is, and then eventually he just said, what the hell?
You know what? If they don't do that because
they trade for Bill. And now he got a super team. They trying to mess up the league. He trying to get a team so overwhelmingly superior than everybody else. Just mess up the whole league. I don't like that.
But I would say if they don't win rings, then we looking at Chris. He been playing for 20 years and made the finals finally, but he hasn't won anything. So he's Chris Paul.
What about him?
He haven't won a ring. That's why I don't, like I said, only thing I disagree with Kevin Durant doing was going to, but like Dex said, he had a choice. Like, that's the choice he made. It's done. It's over with. For the people that say it's wrong, it's fine. But I don't agree with people when they say, oh, he should have went back to OKC. It was a mess.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, they got exactly what they deserve. At the end of the day, when they talk about the great players that ever play in the game, their names don't come up. So they got what they deserve. Nobody talks about Kawhi Leonard. Nobody talks about Kevin Durant. They talk about LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan. And of course, all of the other big guys, they don't hear Kevin Durant name. So they got what they deserved, So nobody's gonna look at them like, go ahead.
Yeah, but to that standard, do you hear them bring up Dirk prior to his years winning a ring?
I mean, you gotta understand, Dirk didn't have a series of, or being the best player in the league. I mean, he had a good year that year. He probably was the best player in the NBA. That year when he won the championship, he was just driven. I remember that whole situation. I remember the series before that when they had Shaq and everybody. I think that Miami was clearly the better team than Dallas, even when he won the championship. I just think that Dirk Nowitzki wasn't going to lose to Miami again. I didn't give a damn who was on the other side. There was no way he was losing. That loss with Shaq and them hurt him so bad. He was just determined to take them down, but he got them early. He would have never been able to do that the year after or the year after that. They kind of was still figuring things out with that Miami Big Three in the beginning, and Dirk was able to come in there and capitalize.
Yeah.
But that was a hell of a series by Dirk. Dirk do need to get more respect. I don't know how he deals with other players, but it seemed like he's just a Dallas lifer. But I think a lot of people need to be getting with Dirk. Dirk name do need to get brought up a lot more than it does because he was a problem. He had an unstoppable move, but you see everybody using his move off the one leg. So you can't say Dirk's influence. Dirk don't have no influence. You see a lot of people trying to shoot off that one leg. Carmelo started to do it too, but Dirk started it. So he's definitely has some influence.
I just feel like dang, like I don't know what outside of winning. I don't even think if the Suns made it all the way to the finals that people will respect that. I don't know what they want from Kevin.
No, listen. Even if Kevin Durant won the championship, nobody's gonna look at him as his name. Like I said, they got what they deserved. They just happy to win championships. That's all they cared about. So remember, I said if Kevin Durant wins the championship this year, when the greats are brought up, his name still will not be brought up in that conversation. They got what they disqualified themselves with the movements that they've made. So it is what it is.
So you saying the movements ever since from the time he went to go to state and after?
Yeah, with some sucker moves. He stacked the deck. He attempted to stack the deck. Some of it failed in Brooklyn. He's attempting to do it again, and I hope it fails again. So he should have just stayed in Brooklyn. I know things were going hell, but even in Phoenix, why did they go off and get Beal? I thought that was crazy. Just like I said, he continues to stack the deck, and this still doesn't guarantee anything. But it is what it is. Now you have a situation with what is it? The Clippers. They trying to go get Harden. So you telling me they're gonna have Westbrook, Harden, Paul George, Kawhi? That's what they trying to do. They try to have all these people on the same team. And that's what I'm saying. That's what this league is headed. And we got to remember, Kevin Durant just set it right back off because it was about duos, dynamic duos, and now it's getting back to the trios and the big fours, and it's crazy. I mean, they're trying to mess up the league. I don't know. Somebody likes this stuff.
Well, I can say this right here. Kevin Durant was heavily criticized and scrupulously watched as his sojourn with the Golden State Warriors was very fruitful. I mean, they was penciled in every time that KD put on a uniform as a favorite. And when the last time we ever saw that in basketball? Every game, home and away, you're a favorite for 2 years straight. And if he didn't get hurt, his final year in Golden State, he would have won 3 in a row. He would have been amongst the Jordans of the world, the Russells of the world, Kobe Shaqs of the world, to win 3 in a row. Something that even the Magic Johnson and the Bird McHale Celtics didn't do, despite having a litany of Hall of Fame players on their roster. So Kevin Durant, he made a decision, and that decision caused him to be a pariah in the NBA. And people start labeling him as a player, regardless of his superstar status, as a misfit. And I kind of take begrudging to that, because if you want free and independent movement, then you have to make those kind of decisions. And before you even get to those kind of decisions, you have to even qualify through the ample opportunities that are given to you to be free. And then once you're free, you have to be responsible. So when KD earned the right to be free after his tenure with the Oklahoma City Thunder was fully paid up, and there was no bridge obligation for him to stay put, he went where he thought was the best thing for him in his career. And when you look at it, that was a hell of a executive decision. And if you out there, I know begrudging from the fans, but if you out there and you have a business and you constantly have to make executive decisions, why make the hard decisions? That part I don't understand. I mean, in life, you want it to go smoothly, silky as possible. And that's what he did. He said, let me travel the road. Well, I won't say it like that. Let me travel like water and seek the path of least resistance. And I don't think anything is wrong with that because not only did he heighten his profile, which he did as a Golden State Warrior, because he took on LeBron James and beat LeBron James twice back to back. Not only did he heighten his profile, he expanded his brand. So KD became a very wealthy man by making the decisions to leave the red clay and join the Golden State Warriors in Oakland. So that part, I don't understand how fans could be enraged at that decision unless they are trying to protect LeBron's legacy. And they feel that Kevin Durant disrupted, to some degree, LeBron's legacy that ultimately made him fall short of the ultimate GOAT conversation. Yes, LeBron is inserted in the GOAT conversation, but those that have dissenting opinions about LeBron being the GOAT is well justified based on what Kevin Durant did to him. Not so much what Dirk Nowitzki. Dirk Nowitzki is the introduction of the non-GOAT of LeBron James. But Kevin Durant is a cement. He cemented the argument in Jordan's favor. So now LeBron have to base his GOATship on improving the stats, and that means he have to have a longer career in the NBA. So it doesn't come to championships conversation. It comes to more of numbers to win that debate of the GOAT. So I think a lot of the rage for Kevin Durant is really because of because if LeBron would have beat Kevin Durant in those two championships, nobody wouldn't have said, "Oh man, Kevin Durant is a sucker. Oh man, Kevin Durant is a fraud. Oh man, Kevin Durant is this and that," because it didn't mount up to a hill of beans. And LeBron still beat him, regardless who was on that team, just like LeBron beat him, regardless who was on that 2016 team, which is the greatest single season team of all time. So I think that's where a lot of their energy comes from. The anger towards Kevin Durant is based on him showing that LeBron is fallible outside of what Dirk Nowitzki did. Because Dirk Nowitzki only beat LeBron once. Kevin Durant beat him twice.
All right, now Dex. Hey, first of all, shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the one and only Flight Sports TV, the hegemony of ball talk, the goated conversations when it comes to basketball dialogue. All right. It's your boy Spike. I'm back in the building. Shout out to all y'all. Dex, there's one part that you left out that needs to be addressed. You saying the vitriol for Kevin Durant, a lot of it comes from the fact that he beat LeBron James twice in 2 NBA finals, back to back. But you left out the part that Kevin Durant left his team that had a chance to win to go to a team that beat him, even though he was up 3-1. That right there is where a lot of, or most of, the disrespect for Kevin Durant's name comes from. It's not just that you went to the Warriors, it's you went to the team that beat you, and you went to stack the deck, and you beat LeBron by doing that. It's all those things amalgamated together, Dex. It's not just the it's not just the love for LeBron that creates the hate for Kevin Durant post OKC. So I just wanted to throw that in there, Dex.
Yeah, I like that too. Actually, I really didn't leave it out. I just thought it was Captain Obvious. So I didn't even insert how he left a team that he was up 3-1 and then going to join that team. I think that's just part of the agenda of those who spreading the narrative of KD being a hook, a mark. And they use that as a framework. But in reality, like I said, once you fulfill your obligation with your contract, regardless of what team, You can cross any bridge you want, and you can cross that bridge freely.
Well, you can cross the bridge, but I disagree that you cross it for free. There's a toll to pay, Dex. And that toll that Kevin Durant's paying is the unsatisfactory of his championships. I watched Kevin Durant pull up from 30 in LeBron's face to seal the deal on game 6. And Kevin Durant, the camera panned back on Kevin Durant after the Cavaliers called a timeout, and Kevin Durant's face looked like he was not impressed. He felt nothing from securing that championship. All right. And you know that because he went on to say that he still wasn't satisfied. So those championships didn't satisfy his hunger, his taste. That's why he wanted to go do what he was trying to do in Brooklyn. So the fact that he left the team that he was up, that had a chance to go to the team that he lost to, it really speaks to the competitive fervor, the competitive edge to every man in the world. Kevin Durant ignored that gene to go play for that team. And a lot of people are appalled by that, and that's why the hate for him is there.
But see, the thing of it is that is something of a moxie of the how would I want to say this? See, that is part of the moxie of the. I don't even know why my brain is locking on me right now, Spike, but please forgive me. That is part of the moxie of the paradigm that's set in sports, right? But when you think about, like I was saying earlier, about all of the benefits of that executive decision of Kevin Durant, then you're not thinking about being competitive like that because you have already been competitive like that up to that point. Now you're thinking about having some rings on your legacy and traveling like the path of water of least resistance. Because Kevin Durant was no youngster going over to Golden State. You know what I'm saying? He was basically at the edge of his prime. And we can see that by the tail off of his play now, even though he's with Phoenix and even though he had a tenure at Brooklyn. That's why I can't poo-poo on that decision. I know a lot of old media sprawl this narrative about KD. And Stephen A. Smith was the band leader of such outrageous narrative. Only thing I'm saying, as a businessman, he made a business decision. It didn't sit well with the fans because sports is about competition. But when does it come the point where you leave your old situation for a better situation? And not only that, you're not working harder, you're working smarter. When does that apply when it comes to sports? Because that applies in life, right? Don't work harder, work smarter. Travel the path of least resistance. The only people that want you to travel the path of difficult, I'm not saying you avoid the difficultness that comes in life or any impediments. No, I'm not saying that. But if you have an opportunity to jump over a hurdle, or you have an opportunity to run past a hurdle and you don't have to jump, you get there faster and it acquires less energy because now you don't have to jump. And that's the thing that I'm focused on and espousing on behalf of Kevin Durant. Not that he's my guy. You follow what I'm saying? Because I don't have a Kevin Durant jersey, but I do have a LeBron James jersey. But it only makes sense that at that stage in his life that you look for the path of least resistance. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't make you crazy, stupid, ignorant, or a psychopath because you choose to travel the path of least resistance. especially after you have already sojourned through the throngs of competition prior to that decision. That's the only thing that I'm saying, Spike Lee. Now, if LeBron was, I mean, excuse me, if LeBron was not castigated for the decision and all of the hysteria leading up to that in the off season of his free agency after he fulfilled his obligation, I felt the same way as a Laker fan. I mean, I was like, damn, LeBron can win now, man. Because I always wanted Kobe to be over LeBron at all costs. That's me. Because I felt Kobe was done an injustice by them just passing over Kobe and all his accomplishments and act like he's invincible and giving it to LeBron and allow the debate to be LeBron and Jordan. So I felt Kobe was slighted. But nevertheless, even though LeBron made that executive decision to leave Cleveland and join a team that will soon be coalesced into a big three, and LeBron getting on stage advocating how many championships he's going to win consecutively. So, okay, cool. He didn't do it. It made him a villain. So he had to embrace the bad guy role for a while. I never was angry at that decision because LeBron filled out his obligation as a professional basketball player when he agreed and committed to fulfill that contract that he signed with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Once that is over with, there's no shackles. There's no chains. He's released. He's free. He can have the liberty of choosing where he wanted to go, and he chose Miami, and he became a champion in Miami. Good for LeBron. So that was the framework of Kevin Durant choosing the Golden State Warriors. We all know LeBron was leading that new player movement, player empowerment to move freely across the landscape and even change aspects of team based on their likes and dislikes. So if LeBron is able to gain that kind of power, wield that kind of influence, why be mad at LeBron? The only people that was mad at LeBron were people who were jealous of LeBron because they wasn't able to gather that kind of power and then yield that kind of influence to make his power become a dominance within the game. Shame on him. So we shouldn't be that way towards Kevin Durant. And we know Kevin Durant is not nowhere near having the influence of a LeBron James. Nowhere near having the power of a LeBron James when it comes to that aspect of the game. And, you know, a lot of people, mostly Caucasian, was upset that LeBron had that kind of say-so within a billion-dollar organization. And like the movie Malcolm X, when that one police officer asserted that that's too much power for one man.
Too much power for one man.
That's what they was doing to LeBron, and I thought it was unfair. And that's what made me really jump on the LeBron bandwagon to some point. Because I was like, hey, I don't like that. You know, that's a kind of a short-handed racism by saying just dribble and shut the fuck up. I don't like that. So same with Kevin Durant, by going to the Golden State Warriors, you telling him, don't go to where it's easy for you. Don't go to where you can become a for sure champion. Shut the fuck up and go to Portland somewhere or go to Orlando somewhere. Go somewhere where it's difficult so we can continue to laugh at you that you're not a champion. You don't have a ring, so you don't deserve to be in that conversation. And I think that's unfair and it's manipulative as far as those of us who are observant of this wonderful, athletic, fast-paced running game of basketball. And a lot of us have to look beyond the curtains to see the game within the game when they use words to try to manipulate us into thinking is one thing, but really it's another thing. And that was the case with LeBron. And it seemed like those who championed LeBron and felt LeBron was being slighted turned around and did the same doggone thing to Kevin Durant. And I don't think that's fair because as a human being, first, we're human beings first. As a man within the species of human being, then whatever we choose to pursue our life on. And he chose to pursue his life on sports. So a human, a man, and an athlete, and a professional athlete, he has the right. Oh, shout out to Las Vegas. They won. Did Las Vegas win the championship? Yep. Aces go back to back. Shout out to the WNBA. The Las Vegas Aces go back to back. And so that right there in that sojourn, I think it was just unfair to Kevin Durant to label him as something other than himself because he chose not to travel a difficult path to become a champion. Just like when I land this plane, just like Kevin Garnett went to the Boston Celtics. Nobody accused Kevin Garnett of being imposter or not wanting to travel the difficult road.
Well, he was traded there.
But he requested that though.
Yeah,
he could have vetoed it.
But he didn't sign as a free agent.
Because he qualified for the no trade clause, remember?
Yeah, once the trade was set up and he lifted the clause to go, absolutely. But once again, there was authorities in place that had to pull the trigger for him.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that with Kevin Garnett, he had the no trade clause. He had control of his destiny. If they wanted to trade him to a team that was unbefitting, according to him, he would veto that trade. So it was already etched with Kevin Durant and agreed upon that we're going to trade you to the Boston Celtics.
Hey, real quick, Dex, shout out to Basil. Shout out to Basil Carpenter Jr. for the donation. We appreciate it. You have Flight Sports TV. Shout out to you.
Donation?
Thank you very much.
Wait. What donation? I didn't see anything.
Yeah, Basil Carpenter had
Carpenter
$20.
Basil Carpenter Jr. Oh, you said Basil.
Basil. My bad, Basil.
I was like, look, I'm looking for that. Who the hell is that? But I see Ernie Estrada. Shout out to him. So I just believe that sometimes we get caught up in the whirlwind of fanaticism. And I'm not saying that in a bad way, but as far as being a fan and everything that is associated with being a fan. And we cross those blurred lines and we start projecting on players who making real good, sound decision and putting forth a diligent effort to couple with that sound decision and becoming very fruitful. And that's what Kevin Durant did, right? With the Golden State Warriors. It's not like he went there and laid down and got a free ring like Matt Barnes. No, he played every freaking minute competitive. And not only that, he put the team on his back and carried such a team of championship pedigree against the well wishes of LeBron James. LeBron knew he didn't have enough against that Golden State Warrior team, but he still did as much as he could. And, some of his teammates had gaffes, and it caused the momentum of that series to dissipate, and they never recovered.
Well, see, Dex, here's the thing. I've never stated how I feel about Kevin Durant. My pushback was simply saying to you, the vitriol against Kevin Durant is not just from people who love LeBron James and feel like he thwarted his legacy. The vitriol also comes from him leaving a team that was up and going to the team that beat him when he was right there to beat them. I just want to say that's where a lot of people feel that leaves a bad taste in a lot of NBA fans and just competitors in general in their mouths. It's not all about LeBron, Dex. That's pretty much what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree. But that's what I'm saying. That's why I stated that sometimes people take fanaticism a little too far. Because once a player has fulfilled his obligation in his situation, there's no wrong decision. Win or lose. That's the only thing I'm saying. Win or lose. There's no wrong decision. But it so happened he won, and the way he won, it seemed effortlessly. So that's what helped generate some of that vitriol towards Kevin Durant, is because it didn't seem like it was a challenge. You know what I'm saying? And then the fans felt cheated. You know, where's the on the edge excitement? Where is the fingernail biting anxiety about this championship game, this NBA Finals? Because one year LeBron just got swept. I think one year they won one game? So it was like so lopsided. The fans just felt cheated from the spirit of competition. But if you're going to look deeper into it, the man had the freedom and liberty to choose what bridge he wanted to cross. That's the only thing I'm protecting of Kevin Durant. Even though he chose a team that he probably could have beat the following year if they remained intact. There's a strong possibility. But you still had Houston. You know, it wasn't a for sure thing because Houston was on the uptick at that time, and Harden was this phenomenal mechanism of scoring. So it wasn't no guarantee that OKC would have advanced to the NBA Finals. And I think Kevin Durant was very aware of that. He's very cognizant of that. And that's, I think we should respect, because Kevin Durant is a very, very wealthy player right now. He doesn't talk much about his finance, but he's right there underneath LeBron and then Steph Curry. You know what I'm saying? He's in the top 3 of wealthy NBA players as we speak. So that decision going to Golden State, Oakland, Northern California, where there's nothing there to compete with him except Steph Curry. And Steph Curry was like number 2. So look, he wouldn't mind being number 3, but it so happens he became number 2. You know what I'm saying? So Kevin Durant made a really, really good, sound financial decision to enhance his profile and heighten his brand, because he's sitting comfortable right now. And he was able to sit a whole year in Brooklyn, waited for this guy to heal. And Brooklyn gave him a max extension without dribbling the basketball for a year. That's crazy. It wasn't no insecurities. It was guaranteed. You know? So I just feel that he made an executive decision. It was very profitable. And in the lamp or the light of that decision, he improved his brand and won a couple of rings. So I think that if another basketball player had the opportunity, like Karl Malone or somebody, to have that situation, I think Karl Malone will walk in those footsteps. Charles Barkley will walk in those footsteps. Because Charles tried, didn't he? Charles Barkley tried, Karl Malone tried to get on the team, on that bandwagon, and hope to win a championship. Charles did it with the Rockets, and Karl Malone did it with the Lakers. So that's the only thing I'm saying. I understand the spirit of competition. The fans felt cheated because those 2 titles back to back seemed fairly easy and non-laborious. And I just think the fans just want to hold that against Kevin Durant. But what about the team? Why didn't they hold it against the Golden State team? Because they accepted Kevin Durant, right? They could have said, nah, Kevin, that just wouldn't be right for the NBA. I just, why didn't it step in like they stepped in with Chris Paul? Where was the apoplectic rage against Kevin Durant walking into that situation than Chris Paul getting traded into a situation? So there's a hypocrisy there. But that did the ratings of the NBA didn't decrease. The ratings of the NBA increased to see this behemoth of a team, this monstrosity being demonstrated night in and night out, and they wanted to see how well they're going to do. Could they be better than the 70? What was that? The 70 and 10 Golden State Warriors. Could they beat that record with Kevin Durant? So it was something to watch. It had a backstory. I just know my Lakers nowhere in the conversation, so I didn't care. So I didn't care. You feel me, Spike?
Absolutely. I got no issues with any other perspective. I even agree with it. But it's layered, and
Yeah, no doubt.
as I mentioned, when you seemingly shy away from competition like that, enjoying the team who just had the best regular season record in NBA history, it's going to be a lot of backlash with that, especially with a player of his caliber.
It's a telling sign. I agree. It's a telling sign.
Right.
And then, but don't forget now, like I said, in his defense, in Kevin Durant's defense, he did compete with a team that came out of practically nowhere, Oklahoma City. See, because I can remember their surgence while the Lakers was dominant. Do you recall how they were just nipping at the heels of the Lakers?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then finally they beat the Lakers, and that was all she wrote for OKC.
They beat the Lakers, the Spurs,
that.
and the Grizzlies.
Yep. So that's why I respect that, because I saw firsthand how competitive
he
this guy was.
Right. You saw him compete.
And guess who was guarding him during those Laker
Kobe.
tough runs? No, it wasn't Kobe.
Ron Artest.
Yeah, Ron Artest. There you go.
Yep.
Ron Artest, world medal piece. So you can't tell me this guy is not competitive. You know what I'm saying? Because he was busting Ron Artest's ass, to be honest.
Even Tony Allen was guarding him.
Yep.
Tony Allen
right.
and Tayshaun Prince.
Yep, Tayshaun Prince. Yep, there you go. That's
so
good.
I know, but that's why. But see, because of what he showed, it also made it that much more disappointing as well. So, and I'm not saying for me, I'm just speaking for what I've heard from a lot of individuals. Personally,
because that old stream media. We know that old media. I said old stream. Old media, mainstream media, proliferated that narrative. We know this. You follow what I'm saying? And then the more you watch, because that was basically one of the only avenues to get sports besides talk radio. If you don't want to hear talk radio, you want to see imagery, then you're going to turn on to one of these big networks. And there was a purveyor of that ridiculous narrative that KD was not a competitor. And I was like, how can they say that? This man took Kobe and them out of the playoffs during the Lakers' kind of prime years with Kobe and Gasol and Odom and Metta World Peace and et cetera. You know what I'm saying? That still was a good team. And they took them out of the playoff. Barely, they almost took them out when the Lakers won against, I think, Orlando. They almost took the Lakers out. But the Lakers survived because the OKC was a young team and they just didn't know how to win yet. They had Scott Brooks as a coach, I believe, and they just didn't know how to win yet. But once they learned how to win and they got over the stardom of Odom, Kobe, and what's his name, Gasol, once they got over that stardom, they was like, hell, we can beat these dudes. And it was a wrap. And I knew it was coming. That damn young ass Westbrook with his thunderous dunks and going downhill and nobody could stop him. Kevin Durant scoring from all dimensions of the court. Serge Ibaka being strong in that paint. You know, you had what's the other boy that played with Boston? What's that boy name? That be on TV. The black dude be on TV. What's his name?
Oh,
He used to play with Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook, the
Perkins,
center.
Kendrick
Yeah,
Perkins.
Perkins. There you go, Kendrick Perkins, KP. Yeah, big KP. You know what I'm saying? That was a hell of a team, and they finally got past it.
Yeah, but hold on real quick, Dex. Hold on real quick. Somebody says Trent says not impressed when he's 7 feet and a pure shooter, no wear and tear on his body or much physical contact with his style of play. I hope he's not talking about Kevin Durant.
That's what he's talking about.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah, see, he's dead wrong right there when he says, first of all, we know Kevin Durant is close to 7 foot, but he's not 7 foot. Second of all, we know that Kevin Durant early in his career, he did entail a lot of wear and tear on his body. Kevin Durant has broke bones in his feet. He's had ankle surgery. So I'm not sure what he's referring to. Kevin Durant was he was an all-around scorer when he came into the league. He was not just shooting threes and jump shots. Kevin Durant was attacking the basket with vigor, dunking on people, planting extremely hard, making moves to the basket. I'm not sure what this guy is referring to.
Yeah, he's preferred to Kevin Durant because he addressed CWE. No, you can have a dissenting opinion, Trent, but it should be in the realms of reality. That's the only thing we saying.
Yeah, Kevin Durant has had wear and tear on his body. Trent, you should know that.
I don't know how old you are, Trent, but I hope you were old enough to remember when they were some spring chickens, they was gnawing at the heels of a supreme Laker outfit. And that would make me keep an eye on those boys in the red clay. Because I knew they was coming. I knew they was coming. And they finally met up against the Miami Heat. And it was just a little too much for them. They was overwhelmed. Even though I think they took a 1-0 lead. They won the first game. But in the end, they just didn't know how to close that kind of a super team out, which was very difficult. Because OKC wasn't a slouch, and Kevin Durant was very competitive. It's just that LeBron James was surrounded by some dogs. I'm talking about 1 to 7 was dogs on that team. On that Miami Heat team. A lot of people don't give him credit because, LeBron was overshadowing a lot of those players, even overshadowed D-Wade. We got to be honest. LeBron overshadowed D-Wade. Regardless how great in Hall of Fame D-Wade is, regardless how great in Hall of Fame Chris Bosh was, LeBron overshadowed them people, man. We want to see what LeBron going to do. We weren't even tripping off D-Wade, Chris Bosh, Miller, Ray Allen, Chris Anderson, the Birdman. None of those dudes. Come on, we wasn't tripping off that crap. We wanted to see what LeBron was going to do because LeBron was in the midst of overtaking Kobe Bryant for the young phenom of the NBA because they had already crowned LeBron without a championship. They gave him a throne without a land to rule over. And so when he won his first championship, that cemented him as the king of the NBA at the time, not only on his play on the floor, but his worth and value to the totality of the league. And it wasn't nothing like that until prior than Michael Jordan. Between Michael Jordan and LeBron, there was really nothing that someone just took over the league and everybody was either behind him or against him. Kobe came close, Shaq came close, but their tenure wasn't as solid as LeBron because LeBron was young, fierce, big, strong, and what he demonstrated on the court was rarely seen. And what I say rarely seen because, we had the Charles Barkleys, we had the Karl Malones, we had the Orlando Woolridge. You know what I'm saying? We have some big players that can kind of do a little something with the ball to some degree. But LeBron was such a high IQ player at a young age, and the way he saw the court was different and very unique. Because not only could LeBron run downhill, but he could stop on a dime and cross you. Where we didn't see that from the other guys I mentioned. They can run downhill, they won't get the ball stolen, but they wasn't able to stop, cross you, go behind the back, do a little something with the ball to some degree. But that kind of height and weight and strength and force, LeBron was thunderous. We cannot take that away. And that motion, it made us feel that he was a dominant force, even though he didn't have a throne to sit on. But he had the crown, but he didn't have a throne to sit on, nor a land to rule over, because he was yet a champion. But it was so exciting to see it. And everybody wanted the clash of the Titans, Kobe Bryant versus LeBron in the finals, but it didn't happen. We already know there was a lot of behind the scenes antics dealing with LeBron and his family and other teammates on the Cleveland Cavaliers. No need to go into details, no need to name names. But those of us who know, know. And nobody can take that away from LeBron. And you still have people that's in the ilk of MJ being an undisputed GOAT will look at some shortcomings and flaws of LeBron, especially that Maverick versus South Beach, the Miami Heat series. And they said LeBron just laid an egg. Or that series against Boston, where we talked about the behind-the-scenes antics and LeBron won it out. So they look to those defeating episodes of LeBron James' career, and then they want to pin it so everyone can see. So Michael Jordan GOAT debate becomes a non-issue. And anybody that attempts to debate it, they depict you. They depict you as one that's quibbling. So that's why I don't accept that. I don't accept the KD narrative. I look at it from a different perspective, and that is KD made a business decision that was good for his brand to secure his family. I don't think he have any kids, but he's a mama's boy. We know that. For the rest of their lives. His brother and all of them for the rest of their lives. And he went to Golden State instead of being a $67, $70 million man, he became hundreds of $1 million man. And nobody could poo-poo on that decision. So that's the only thing I'm saying. The spirit of competition, I feel you on that. Yeah, he went to a team that was good. And he abandoned that Oklahoma State team. Not Oklahoma State, Oklahoma City team, and went to the enemy who beat them in shameless fashion. And so that made him a mark. I understand the narrative, but at the same time, you got to look past the surface of that decision, because now KD is one of the wealthiest players in the NBA. We already know LeBron is the wealthiest. LeBron is the only billionaire that ever played basketball in uniform. There has never been a billionaire that was dribbling the ball at the same time that he was worth that much. So that is one of one in itself when it comes to making business decisions. And he became that once he became a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. Don't forget that. But Cleveland, yes, he was very wealthy. But once he became a Laker and he brought his talent to La La Land, his net worth just skyrocketed exponentially. And he became a billionaire as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. I'm not saying he wouldn't have got it anywhere else, but being a member of the Los Angeles Lakers, it hastened it. It quickened it. It made it come faster than it would in any other location in the United States, even Golden State. And Golden State is the most profitable team in the NBA. Knicks second, Lakers third. Even if he'd have went up to Golden State, he probably wouldn't have received the billionaire status as quick as he did as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers for 4 seasons. So, Flight, if you're there, we can go ahead and shut it down and let's fade off into the weekend. And like I said, once again, shout out to everybody that's rocking with Flight Sports TV, all the Night Riders, everybody that came on the panel. Let's shout out Flight, Purple Baby, Spike Lee, Pope, everybody that contribute to this stream thus far. You're definitely appreciated, and you definitely have put value into the stream by your participation and engagement. And if you haven't hit the like button as of yet, please hit the like button. We like to please hit the subscribe button. We like it. And please hit the notification bell. Complete those 3 phases of the process of your entrance to Flight Sports TV, and the gratitude would be at an utmost. CWE, there you have it. KD is really not as a bad guy as most people want to peg him out to be. If you really look at the main factors that was involved in him choosing his new destination.
This is Holly Heat of the Hot Seat with Holly Heat, and this is Flight Sports TV.
So like I said, once again, thank you for being a part of this stream. We're going to check you guys. I've got to sign out because I got to, lay my nappy head ass down and get me some rest. Got to rest these old bones,
Flight Sports TV.